Hi there folks, welcome to my studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today of course we're painting a beautiful hummingbird with flowers. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette working a landscape orientation. This is quarter imperial, which is about 11 by 15 inch. Doesn't really matter how big it is, you could do half the size. We'll take you through every step of this painting and you'll produce a beautiful bird with flowers. It'll be a stunning colourful picture. Just want to mention a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see here, Sunday the 27th of September 2020. This is a season I've been waiting for. I absolutely love autumn. It makes me happy that the trees are starting to turn golden and red. We're talking about painting a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. A waterfall across the foreground crashing down into a beautiful river with beautiful golden maple style trees, those beautiful acer trees with a hint of red, and of course oak trees. This is going to be an absolute stunner folks. Can't wait to paint an autumn scene with you on a virtual watercolour workshop. I've got hundreds of beautiful reference photographs. You can see a couple of examples here on the screen. What's also exciting to mention about this is I've got a wonderful giveaway. So anybody that books in to this workshop during this one that we're watching now stands the chance of winning a wonderful prize. I've got a beautiful giveaway, a really top prize folks for anyone that books in. I'll mention that at the start of the workshop because we're starting at 10 AM. We are about 50% full for this workshop so far, so it's a great time to get yourself booked in while you're getting yourself ready for painting along today. Of course we're starting at 10 AM UK time. We are approaching 60% actually, so a really good chance to book in. So again, Sunday the 27th of September 2020, paint an autumn scene with beautiful warm light, that gorgeous evening golden hour with the beautiful golden trees and a wonderful waterfall crashing down into a river with reflection. Hi there folks, welcome to my studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today of course we're painting a beautiful hummingbird with flowers. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette working a landscape orientation. This is quarter imperial, which is about 11 by 15 inch. Doesn't really matter how big it is. You could do half the size. We'll take you through every step of this painting. You'll produce a beautiful bird with flowers. It'll be a stunning, colourful picture. Just want to mention a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see here, Sunday the 27th of September 2020. This is a season I've been waiting for. I absolutely love autumn. It makes me happy that the trees are starting to turn golden and red. We're talking about painting a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. A waterfall across the foreground crashing down into a beautiful river with beautiful golden maple style trees, those beautiful acer trees with a hint of red, and of course oak trees. This is going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to paint an autumn scene with you on a virtual watercolour workshop. I've got hundreds of beautiful reference photographs. You can see a couple of examples here on the screen. What's also exciting to mention about this is I've got a wonderful giveaway. So anybody that books in to this workshop during this one that we're watching now stands the chance of winning a wonderful prize. I've got a beautiful giveaway, a really top prize, folks, for anyone that books in. I'll mention that at the start of the workshop because we're starting at 10 AM. We are about 50% full for this workshop so far, so it's a great time to get yourself booked in while you're getting yourself ready for painting along today. Of course, we're starting at 10 AM UK time. We are approaching 60% actually, so a really good chance to book in. So again, Sunday the 27th of September 2020, paint an autumn scene with beautiful warm light, that gorgeous evening golden hour with the beautiful golden trees and a wonderful waterfall crashing down into a river with reflections. It's going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to do that with you. I'll see you very soon for this Hummingbird, and don't forget, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi there, folks, welcome to my studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, we're painting a beautiful hummingbird with flowers. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette working a landscape orientation. This is quarter imperial, which is about 11 by 15 inch. Doesn't really matter how big it is. You could do half the size. We'll take you through every step of this painting. You'll produce a beautiful bird with flowers. It'll be a stunning, colourful picture. Just want to mention a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see here, Sunday the 27th of September 2020. This is a season I've been waiting for. I absolutely love autumn. It makes me happy that the trees are starting to turn golden and red. We're talking about painting a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. A waterfall across the foreground crashing down into a beautiful river with beautiful golden maple style trees, those beautiful acer trees with a hint of red, and of course oak trees. This is going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to paint an autumn scene with you on a virtual watercolour workshop. I've got hundreds of beautiful reference photographs. You can see a couple of examples here on the screen. What's also exciting to mention about this is I've got a wonderful giveaway. So anybody that books in to this workshop during this one that we're watching now stands the chance of winning a wonderful prize. I've got a beautiful giveaway, a really top prize, folks, for anyone that books in. I'll mention that at the start of the workshop because we're starting at 10 AM. We are about 50% full for this workshop so far, so it's a great time to get yourself booked in while you're getting yourself ready for painting along today. Of course, we're starting at 10 AM UK time. We are approaching 60% actually, so a really good chance to book in. So again, Sunday the 27th of September 2020, paint an autumn scene with beautiful warm light, that gorgeous evening golden hour with the beautiful golden trees and a wonderful waterfall crashing down into a river with reflections. It's going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to do that with you. I'll see you very soon for this Hummingbird, and don't forget, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi there, folks, welcome to my studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, we're painting a beautiful hummingbird with flowers. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette working a landscape orientation. This is quarter imperial, which is about 11 by 15 inch. Doesn't really matter how big it is. You could do half the size. We'll take you through every step of this painting. You'll produce a beautiful bird with flowers. It'll be a stunning, colourful picture. Just want to mention a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see here, Sunday the 27th of September 2020. This is a season I've been waiting for. I absolutely love autumn. It makes me happy that the trees are starting to turn golden and red. We're talking about painting a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. A waterfall across the foreground, crashing down into a beautiful river with beautiful golden maple style trees, those beautiful acer trees with a hint of red, and of course oak trees. This is going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to paint an autumn scene with you on a virtual watercolour workshop. I've got hundreds of beautiful reference photographs. You can see a couple of examples here on the screen. What's also exciting to mention about this is I've got a wonderful giveaway. So anybody that books in to this workshop during this one that we're watching now stands the chance of winning a wonderful prize. I've got a beautiful giveaway, a really top prize, folks, for anyone that books in. I'll mention that at the start of the workshop because we're starting at 10 AM. We are about 50% full for this workshop so far, so it's a great time to get yourself booked in while you're getting yourself ready for painting along today. Of course, we're starting at 10 AM UK time. We are approaching 60% actually, so a really good chance to book in. So again, Sunday the 27th of September 2020, paint an autumn scene with beautiful warm light, that gorgeous evening golden hour with the beautiful golden trees and a wonderful waterfall crashing down into a river with reflections. It's going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to do that with you. I'll see you very soon for this Hummingbird, and don't forget, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi there, folks, welcome to my studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, we're painting a beautiful hummingbird with flowers. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette working a landscape orientation. This is quarter imperial, which is about 11 by 15 inch. Doesn't really matter how big it is. You could do half the size. We'll take you through every step of this painting. You'll produce a beautiful bird with flowers. It'll be a stunning, colourful picture. Just want to mention a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see here, Sunday the 27th of September 2020. This is a season I've been waiting for. I absolutely love autumn. It makes me happy that the trees are starting to turn golden and red. We're talking about painting a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. A waterfall across the foreground crashing down into a beautiful river with beautiful golden maple style trees, those beautiful acer trees with a hint of red, and of course oak trees. This is going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to paint an autumn scene with you on a virtual watercolour workshop. I've got hundreds of beautiful reference photographs. You can see a couple of examples here on the screen. What's also exciting to mention about this is I've got a wonderful giveaway. So anybody that books in to this workshop during this one that we're watching now stands the chance of winning a wonderful prize. I've got a beautiful giveaway, a really top prize, folks, for anyone that books in. I'll mention that at the start of the workshop because we're starting at 10 AM. We are about 50% full for this workshop so far, so it's a great time to get yourself booked in while you're getting yourself ready for painting along today. Of course, we're starting at 10 AM UK time. We are approaching 60% actually, so a really good chance to book in. So again, Sunday the 27th of September 2020, paint an autumn scene with beautiful warm light, that gorgeous evening golden hour with the beautiful golden trees and a wonderful waterfall crashing down into a river with reflections. It's going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to do that with you. I'll see you very soon for this Hummingbird, and don't forget, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi there, folks, welcome to my studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, we're painting a beautiful hummingbird with flowers. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette working a landscape orientation. This is quarter imperial, which is about 11 by 15 inch. Doesn't really matter how big it is. You could do half the size. We'll take you through every step of this painting. You'll produce a beautiful bird with flowers. It'll be a stunning, colourful picture. Just want to mention a little bit about next week's workshop. You can see here, Sunday the 27th of September 2020. This is a season I've been waiting for. I absolutely love autumn. It makes me happy that the trees are starting to turn golden and red. We're talking about painting a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. A waterfall across the foreground crashing down into a beautiful river with beautiful golden maple style trees, those beautiful acer trees with a hint of red, and of course oak trees. This is going to be an absolute stunner, folks. Can't wait to paint an autumn scene with you on a virtual watercolour workshop. I've got hundreds of beautiful reference photographs. You can see a couple of examples here on the screen. What's also exciting to mention about this is I've got a wonderful giveaway. So anybody that books in to this workshop during this one that we're watching now stands the chance of winning a wonderful prize. I've got a beautiful, beautiful giveaway, a really, really top prize, folks, for anyone that books in. I'll mention that at the start of the workshop because we're starting at 10 AM. We are about 50% full for this workshop so far, so it's a great time to get yourself booked in while you're getting yourself ready for painting along today. Of course, we're starting at 10 AM. Hello there, hi, welcome to the studio today. Welcome to another live week 26 of the virtual workshops. Thanks to everybody that's had a go. Hopefully everything's working fine at your end. It's all leaving this building well. We've got a good healthy connection. Can you feel, touch the screens, can you feel the connection? It's there. We're broadcasting live here, folks, so you never know what's going to happen. Nothing's ever gone wrong yet, but you never know if we're going to get a glitch in the system, if the power goes off, or if YouTube decides to quit on us. But we are leaving the building healthy. I've even got a kingfisher on my shoulder. What more could you want? We've got a puffin over here. We've got a butterfly or a bee there. We've got a woodpecker over here. It's all happening today. Looking forward to painting this one. This is a hummingbird, probably my favourite bird of all, and a bit of a spoiler, I've actually painted a hummingbird in the new book, the Animals in Watercolour book. Not the one we're going to do today, very different picture, but for those people that have pre-ordered the new Animals in Watercolour book that's due out in the new year, there's a step-by-step tutorial on how to paint a beautiful detailed hummingbird. Different to today, but you know, still there. Want to mention this workshop here, folks, across the bottom of the screen. I always get a bit nervous, you know, are people going to keep booking these workshops? But people seem to love them, and I'm so grateful, and Sarah is grateful as well, and we really are. It's kept me sane through all this chaos, and it looks as though the chaos is starting up again here in the UK. Who knows? We'll see. But this workshop is filling up well, so very grateful. And I've been desperate to do an autumn scene on one of these workshops, but I've been waiting. The past couple of days I've been to a place in the UK called Alton Towers, a very famous theme park and gardens, beautiful, stunning grounds. And the maple trees were starting to turn orange, the oak trees were starting to turn, and some beautiful acer trees. So this painting here paints a beautiful autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. It's based around warm golden evening light, but very much an autumnal scene. So you're talking warm maple trees, even a little bit of hint of red for the acer trees as well. It's going to be stunning, folks. Looking forward to this one. And a huge waterfall across the foreground crashing down into a river. It's going to be a lovely one. Brand new painting, folks, based on my photographs. You can see a couple of examples of my photographs that I've popped on the back here as well. So get yourself booked in, folks. Spaces have been going really quickly for this. Thanks for booking in, very much appreciated. When I did the little intro video, which was about an hour ago that was filmed, it was about 55-60% full. Now we are 75% full on this, 3/4. People have been booking all the way through the night, so very grateful to all of you for booking. Get yourself booked in. Right at the end of this workshop, if you booked in, there'll be a giveaway. And the giveaway today is really nice. It's a painting. It's an original painting, but it's one I'm a little bit... I don't want to let go of it, but I'm going to give it away to one person that books in. We'll pick the winner at the end. And it's the famous Grate It on the Tap. This is the original. This is the first original Grate It on the Tap. Signed and dated. I'm going to give this away. And a £20 voucher, a £20 voucher to spend on the art shop on Watercolour TV. So as well as giving away the original painting, two prizes. There's two prizes. One prize is the original painting of the bird on the tap. It's been such a special picture to me because that's what started me off doing the animal book recently. The bird on the tap. That's going to be a prize to somebody. And the second prize will be a £20 voucher to spend on the art shop on Watercolour TV. You can't book workshops with the voucher, you can only use it for the art shop. It's set to only be used on the art shop. So 2 prizes, we'll pick those right at the end, folks, and then they'll get sent out to you. If any of you have won a prize recently, over the recent 3 or 4 weeks, they're still here waiting to be shipped. We do have them all the people's names are on them. Darren Carter won this one with a £20 voucher. Jackie Pullen Warren won this one here. These are waiting to be shipped, and these will get shipped next week. Martina Fagan won this waterfall scene. These are all original paintings. Vivian Day won this coastal scene, and Janine Hammond won this mountainous scene, and Simon Bell won this sunset scene. And these are all giveaways. Dawn Dana also won this one. Robert Bond won this one. These will get shipped. It's on Jenny's list to do next week. These will get shipped out to you, okay? And again, if you want to take part in the competition today, 2 prizes, a £20 voucher to spend on the art shop, on all the art supplies, Watercolour TV, and the original tit on the tap picture, which is here. I'm giving it away. Can't bear to let it go, but I'm giving it away to somebody today. We'll pick that at the end. That's a special picture to me, folks, so great opportunity. Sunday the 27th of September, an autumnal scene, beautiful maple trees, acer and oak trees, and a wonderful waterfall across the front, crashing down, reflecting in the water of the river. It's going to be a stunner. Beautiful. It's kind of based on the old Victorian gardens kind of scene. It's that sort of style, so it's a wonderful, very pretty scene, okay? If you'd like me to reserve you a space for next week, because you can't book online, you can drop me an email, mattartist@me.com. If anybody wants to still take part in the competition, the giveaway, you can ask me to save you a space. I've already had about 5 people ask me to do it. That's fine, I've got you on my list. So if anyone's not booked and they want me to hold you a spot, because there is a limit, then it's a good time to do that is now, okay? So get yourself booked in. We're going to talk about materials and a little bit about today's picture in a second or two. So we're going to take a look at the materials for today's picture very soon, and just start to talk about how we're going to sketch this in, because there's a little bit of sketching is advised for this one. So grab yourself a pencil, a little bit of sketching. I'll break it down. If anyone remembers painting the picture of the puffin, it's not as complex as this, but we really broke the sketch down for you. And lots of you said how much you enjoyed the sketching lesson, so it will be the same today as well. A little bit, a very little bit of sketching, folks. Very little, there's not much at all. Let's talk a little bit about materials for today. So hopefully all of you received an email with the information, what materials you need. It's the basic primary colours as always. So it's natural blue, if you've got natural blue. If not, you could use another nice colour, which we was sending out as a substitution during COVID, and that was non-granulating ultramarine blue. Same as the yellow. We had to send a substitution out of cadmium yellow, gamboge or aureolin, but I'm using natural yellow light. These came in back in stock like last week, so they're your primary colours. So you've got natural yellow light, make sure it's the light one, or cadmium yellow, or aureolin, or gamboge, fine. Natural blue, non-granulating ultramarine blue, cobalt blue. We've also got here the red, which I've got natural red. You could use alizarin crimson, you could use rose madder. That's the primary colours. Other colours that we'll talk about, pretty much the same palette as what we used last week on that beautiful seascape, and that was such a nice picture to do. How nice was it to see people's versions of this with the lightning crashing in the sea, the beautiful seascape. Really nice picture, that, one of my favourites. If you missed any of the workshops, you can, until the end of, probably till the end of October, you can actually buy some of the previous ones on Watercolour TV. You can buy the rights to use them, basically. We've also got turquoise. Now, I've mentioned turquoise in the past. There's a little hint of turquoise in hummingbirds. If you've not got natural turquoise, you might have Viridian Hue, or you might possibly even have emerald green. You can mix a little bit of a turquoise from that colour. I'm just going to show you that. If I take a bit of this Viridian and pop it just here, you can see it's like an emerald green. Well, if you mix a little bit of blue with it, it kind of goes turquoise, as you can possibly put a bit more Viridian with that. There you go. You can see that kind of colour. It's very similar to natural turquoise. Not the same, but similar. If you look at natural turquoise, you can see it's a very different colour, but it works. Viridian Hue or emerald green you could also use. If you've not got either of those colours, please don't worry. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it does not matter one bit. So we are definitely 75% full for this now, for this workshop. Approaching 80%. So again, get yourself booked in, folks. Don't forget, you could win the tit on the tap, the grey tit on the tap. There it is, the giveaway. Can't believe I'm giving that picture away. It is one of my favourite paintings of recent years. So, but there you go. I'm being generous to you. We've also got some white paint as well. Now, white paint's something we've always used throughout all of these workshops. It's not essential. You can manage without it to some degree. So if you've got some natural white or some gouache or some white acrylic, it's going to be quite a useful colour to have if you've got it. So primary colours, turquoise and white, are also going to be useful a little bit later on. Okay. Now, if you've got my natural colours, the sets of 12 or 14 or whatever they are, you can use those as well. I've got my pencil here. 3 brushes pretty much will do this picture. The classic 3 brushes here. We've got a large 16 or 20, we've got a 10 or 12, and we've got a 5 or 6. So a 16 or 20, a 10 or 12, and a 5 or 6. Those are the 3 staple brushes. We've also got a couple of optional ones that you might decide to use, possibly. It doesn't really matter, but they're there if you want them. We've got a lift out brush, which is a little square brush. This one is called the Matthew Palmer lift out brush, which you may have. You can buy sets of these, very popular brushes. If you've not got them, you can use the number 6 brush. And sometimes I don't use them much on the workshops, but if you've got branching detail brushes or a rigger brush or something fine like this one here, then it's potential for getting some use today. Doesn't really matter that much, if I'm honest, but if you've got it, you've got it. So that's the materials. I've got plenty of water, got kitchen paper here. It's always good to have a scrap piece of paper, I think, just to test the colours. Pop that to one side. It's good for trying the colours out. And I want to show you how to sketch in this hummingbird, okay? Very simple. Don't worry about it. You can't go wrong. Trust me, I'm an artist. Thanks again for the painting of the... I've had loads of lovely presents come through. It's been great. This one's from H. Jones, and that's a bearded chuff. That's definitely a beard, and that's definitely a chuff. So thank you. I've had loads of bearded chuffs from all over the world. It's been great. Right. Here we go. Let's get close into this picture then, and see what we can muster up. Now, we should mention, if we do ever lose the connection through this live broadcast, you'll get sent a brand new email, okay? So don't worry if you lose connection. You will get sent a new email with a new link. And that will only happen if the power goes off here, or if YouTube decides to quit on us. So if we do happen to lose the connection, then, you know. So a little bit of a sketching lesson is going to creep into play now. Just a touch, a little bit, nothing major. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about how to sketch in this wonderful hummingbird. Give you some tips. So grab a pencil. What pencil am I using? This particular one is a 2B pencil. Okay. grab a pencil. It's going to be a small hummingbird and a flower, and then a beautiful, because hummingbirds are tiny. If you've seen one, if you've been lucky enough to see one, then you know what I mean about tiny. I was lucky enough to see some hummingbirds and take some wonderful photographs of them about, oh, crikey, this is about 10 years ago, if not longer, 12 years ago, going back to a place called Palm Springs in America. And yeah, there was quite a lot of them around a hotel where I was staying. Got some wonderful high-speed photographs. So, capturing a hummingbird, it's rare that you see the feet or the claws of a hummingbird because they do tuck away underneath the belly. So don't worry about the feet on this one, which is great. They get tucked away underneath quite often. It depends if they're about to land or not, I guess. And as Betsy has just said on the chat, make sure you don't give up. If you're new to this, folks, please persevere. That's the number one piece of advice that anybody will give you, is just persevere. You never ever need to give up on these workshops. It's very easy to do that, and lots of you know that who have done the workshops in the past, but you've really got to keep going. Very, very much an important thing to do, to see it through to the end. That is the most important statement of all. Persevere. It really, really is. There we go. Sorry, just have to move a few bits around. Okay, I'm with you. So basically, grab a pencil. Let's do a little bit of sketching, folks, and just keep going. Don't give up. Whatever you do, just do not give up. You've got to keep going at it. So how do we sketch this thing in? Well, first of all, I suggest you get a scrap piece of paper and have a bit of a practice at this. I'll show you the sketch. I want to take this pencil quite loosely, and I'm sketching quite a small egg shape. Now I can do this quite loosely. Let's get close in. I'm sort of spiraling the pencil. You see that spiral there? It's like an egg shape on an angle. The angle is probably 10 o'clock. And a loose spiral. Now, if you want to know how wide or long it is, I've got no idea. I've just done it. I've just popped it just off centre. I'll give you the measurements roughly. That's around 3 inches long if you're working on this size quarter imperial. But really, it don't matter. You can smell the fear, can't you? Hey? I'm excited for this one. Can you tell? I've got goosebumps. Look, see? My ears have stood up on end. Any questions, drop them in an email. Pop them on the chat. Email mattartist@me.com. Don't give up. Persevere. It's a bit of an oval shape. Or an egg shape. Bit of an egg shape. Okay? And then what we do with that egg shape, you can see where I've positioned it as well. It's about there. So it's a little bit off centre, about 3 inches long, pointing to about 10 o'clock. That's because it is cold in here. It's actually very warm today. We're very lucky. We've had a great summer here in the UK, although we've been kind of stuck in the house, but that doesn't matter because it's been nice to just do the stuff, I guess. So that's my first part of the sketch. Now notice that spiral, that circular elliptical shape is very loosely done. That way you get a better chance. Now what we do is we'll come off this and we're gradually going to a point from the base, and it gradually goes off into a triangular shape. Now, you can be a little bit more creative with your triangular shape. Can you see how I've sort of put that in and brought that down? That's the tail of the hummingbird. So imagine that's just a pyramid shape sat on the base of that egg shape. Now remember, you can skip this back. This is yours to keep. You can rewind it. You can pull the little red bar back and you can watch it from the beginning again. That's the great thing about doing virtual workshops using this platform. This platform makes it so much better. Notice I've stepped it in, I've gone up and done and then dropped off there. That's just a way of adding a bit of detail to the tail feathers. You can smell the fear. Someone got in touch this morning asking if they could see the sketch before, but this is part of it. There's not many workshops where there's much sketching. Some of them have zero. Like next week, someone's got no sketching, zero sketching involved. But here, if you're doing an animal, it's nice to have a little bit of sketching. Just a touch. Okay, so imagine this is the sort of belly. This is the underbelly here of the hummingbird. This is the back here, of course. Now, this back starts to go up and then it comes round here for the chest and it goes up like that. Can you see how I've changed angle? So I've gone from the 10 o'clock angle up to 11 o'clock. Does that make sense, what I've just done? I've just added two lines which slightly taper. What I mean by taper is to get a wee bit slimmer. I'll recap the sketch for you after I've done this. And remember, this first line was about 3 inches if you're using a 1/4 imperial sheet of paper. Give or take. Roughly. There's no harm in having a practice sketch neither. Just enjoy the process. Sketching's fun, make it fun, make it enjoyable. Now the head comes into play. Now the head sits on this and the head is like a circular shape. Almost horizontal. Similar to the way I did the body. And then what we do with this is we gradually bring it up and it gradually turns into the head. Now what happens with a hummingbird is it goes off, and if you imagine this line inside the centre and take it to a point like that. Does that make sense? So that line's in the middle of that first elliptical shape. How wide is the elliptical shape in inches? It's about 1.5 inches. Roughly. Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's been the odd person that's not enjoyed the sketching, but on the whole, most people have thoroughly enjoyed the sketching part of them. And I just want to mention, if you're new to this, it's only the animal ones really where you have to do a little bit of sketching. The landscapes, like next week, the waterfall, zero sketching, okay? Straight into painting. And I will check your sketches for you. It's no problem to do that. I quite enjoy looking at what people have sketched in. Again, have a practice. Remember, this is a hummingbird in flight. So there's no feet. They kind of tuck under the feathers at the bottom here. You don't see them. You just don't see them. Now, this line shoots off here. It's in the middle now. As far as what's it pointing to, probably about 9:30, something like that, that line. And then what you do is you gradually taper down that line, and that line becomes the central part of the beak. And you've got very, very long beaks, and it very much gradually tapers down, and that line in the middle is the central part of the beak. And that's the main body, the main shape. Have a go. I'll recap that for you in a minute or two. Practice it first, no problem doing that. It's all part of it. So it's almost like a funnel shape here. Now, that line that we sketched in the middle, that's where the eye goes in as well. So the eye, it's perfect circular. It's almost in line with the beak on a hummingbird. Just a little bit higher, just a touch higher. It sort of sits on the, there you go. It sort of sits on the line. Just a circular shape. It's interesting because around the eye, if I just quickly show you this, and then you can sketch it in yourself, there's actually a wonderful pattern that goes around like that. See that little sort of curve, it kind of goes around it. Let me clear some of the mess around it. I can take away all these lines and bits now. Don't forget you can skip back this, you can just simply grab the little bar at the bottom and pull it back and watch it again. It's all part of it. Yeah, so basically it's a circular shape, and then around it is like a bit of a, there's like a point either side, and that's where the beak, and the beak kind of disappears into the flower, because of course we know hummingbirds like the nectar, don't they? How long is the beak? Well, that's the age-old question, Pam, is it not? Well, at the minute, from the edge of the circular shape, it's about 2 inches, so I'm about 2 inches. Okay, now what I want to say to you folks is this. Once you've sketched this in, don't forget you can skip it back, and I will recap for you. Don't you worry, I will recap this entire process. What I want to do now is just give you a few little tweaks to the sketch. I look at this, I look at my reference photograph that I've taken, and I want to make the belly just a little bit bigger. So I've just added a bit of a bulge down here, not much, just a little bit larger, just a little bit extra, okay? Just add a bit more width. I'll show you that again. I'll take that off and show you that again. So basically, from the neck, just want to be a little bit wider, not much, no more than 1/4 inch, 1/2 centimetre. And then I can take away that original line inside, you see? And then I'm happy with the way that's looking. That just gives me a little bit more width to the body. Okay, so I've added from that point just a little bit of extra width. All right, it just helps a little bit. It's not essential, but it's there. It's there. It's there. And then of course that leaves us the wing. Now the great thing about hummingbirds is the wings are pretty much just a blur, How do we get the wing in? Well, the wing, interestingly enough, is a similar length it's about half the size of the bird. So it's quite easy to work out the wing, and that's true for a lot of birds as well. From where it sits, and we'll only see one, and it'll be blurry, which is lovely to paint. Because obviously when we painted in the puffin, who's stood here looking all handsome, you can see that he's obviously perched on the cliffs, where this particular one's in flight. So what we do is we take a pencil or a ruler and we mark about halfway from the edge of the tail to inside the belly, about there. Does that make sense? So it's about halfway from the head to the tail, and then pop that on an angle going up to about 1 o'clock, and that's roughly the angle and the height of the wing. That's what I keep saying, James, as well. So it's about half. You can use your thumb, about halfway-ish, and then pop it on the edge and just go up. So, in actual fact, it's probably about 3 inches up there. The great thing about sketching, it does actually make the painting a lot easier. Because it's not essential that you sketch, but it just, you know, it's one of those things that you can either, well, you can decide. So how do we do the wing? Well, to keep it simple, sketching a big oval shape. Now, where does it start from? It starts from the point where the head comes over and it meets this curve. So it starts about here. See where it starts? About there? And I want to sketch in a line that curves over. And that's all I'm interested in doing. I don't want to sketch in every feather. You've got to be a very good photographer to capture every pristine feather. If you do, for me, I don't think it looks right. We're going to do a very loose pencil line like that. Almost no pressure, because I'm painting this while the paper is wet. And I don't want to capture too much because I want movement. I want movement here. So that line's... only line I want to do is this curved line here. You can follow it up and you can curve it, and that's the only line I'm going to do. Again, that's roughly 3 inches from here to there, pointing up to 1 o'clock ish. That curved line is the starting point of the wing. We can't see the back wing because it's just hidden behind that wing, you know. Again, when you're teaching something, you've got to break it down into simple steps. If you're painting your own hummingbird from your own photographs, you can put every single dot on every single feather. I'm not going to do that. I'm teaching you guys, and I want you to go away with a picture that looks like a hummingbird. So I'm not going to do a huge amount of detail. If I was painting it myself in my studio, just me, then I can do what I like. But teaching, it's a totally different way of working. You have to give people the tools and break it down. I've spent a lifetime educating people on this. Let me do another version of the sketch on a scrap to give you a bit of an idea of what I've just captured. So I'm just going to move this to one side. I want to recap it very quickly, the whole process. We started off, I'll do it very loosely, with an oval shape, which was about 3 inches, pointing to 10 o'clock. Yeah, that was the first stage. And then I picked my favourite bit out of it. And then went down to a triangular shape at the back with a bit of a kink in it. Then that line slightly goes up a little bit into the neck, and then here is more of a circular shape, so it attaches to the circular shape. Now that line that came out from there was the line for the beak, and the eye sat on that line as well. Now I did say to make it a bit fatter here, and then the wing was about 3 inches up, pointing to 1 o'clock, and then curve it, and then do a very weak pencil line like that, because I'm capturing movement. And that's the hummingbird. That is the hummingbird. That's how simple it is. It doesn't have to be too complicated. And hopefully that has helped you. Okay, hopefully that's helped you. Give it a go, folks. I want to do a little bit of sketching for a flower in a second, very little, and then I will check the sketches for you if you want me to. You can drop them on an email. Okay. Yeah, folks, if you're watching this on my YouTube channel, make sure you hit the thumbs up, not the thumbs down, and hit subscribe. That'd be great. Hit subscribe. So I'm sketching a little flower. Don't email me sketches yet, because I'm going to put a bit of a flower on. Okay, very simple, very simple. Just a bit more detail to go on the bird before you start sending me pictures. Don't send them just yet. Okay, I will check them in a few minutes if you want me to. It's all part of the lesson, folks. You know, sketching is important. Like I say, it's only because it's a bird. What we need to do is take a rubber or an eraser, and we need to remove the line that's inside the wing, like so. That makes sense, because that obviously becomes part of the body. So that's a simple little job. Use a rubber to get rid of that. And then on the tail feathers, very simple. The tail feathers, this line here, just continue it and gradually make it wider, like that. And then it becomes part of the bird. So it's like a line that separates the tail feathers. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had a thumbs down on a live workshop before, so I'm assuming somebody might have caught it by mistake. I might be wrong in saying that, but that's kind of what I feel. I'm sort of guessing, or maybe not happy that there's no sketching. I mean, if you try to paint in a bird, an animal, without any sketching, it's going to be very difficult. You can try, but it's going to be very hard. The landscapes, the one next week, the waterfall, no sketching. And out of the workshops we've been doing over the past 26 weeks, there's probably been half with a little bit of sketching. I mean, just cast your mind back to last week. All we did is just draw 3 pencil lines for that. That's all we did. And that created that entire scene. But for this, it's very different. A little bit of sketch just helps. I mean, if you can try and do it without it, but it's obviously not going to help things. It's probably my favourite bit, actually, doing the sketch. So just don't worry about the sketch. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to mark in a little bit of a flower. Very simple flower, folks, okay? Just at the side here. Now I want to start off with a line that's a bit higher and gradually curves down, and then make that a little bit thicker, like that. That's probably about 4 inches, 5 inches actually. So about 5 inches, just a line that tapers with a slight lean to one side. That's the start of my flower, folks. So I know that there's about 5 of you have sent me the sketch. We've not quite finished yet, so if you just give it a few minutes and resend it, that's the best plan of action. Just doing a little bit more sketching first on the flower, just a little bit, that's all. Now, I don't know what flower it is. I've got reference images of flowers. I'm just going to do it. You can decide. We'll call it a agasanthuranium. That works for me. So what we're going to do with the flower? Well, basically, it's going to be like a little tree. It's going to have little branches that come off every so often. And they get wider as they get lower down. Probably just creep one more in there. If you're not sure how to spell agasanthuranium, it's AGRLFTUZYIPMLAZUMFLYLZUM. Agasanthuranium. IUM at the end, don't forget that. Got it? Got it. And what we'll do with this, folks, is we'll basically, out the tips of these little branches, which you can see get a bit wider as they get lower down, that's where we're going to pop some petals, some flowers themselves. So basically, it's like a funnel shape. So if I zoom in a bit closer to the beak, it's going to come up, and it's going to be like a little spiky sort of firework. Very random shapes. Almost like a bluebell kind of thing, but it's not a bluebell. So I'm just sketching a few little individual petals towards the top. Very random shapes. They are just little random petal shapes. Very, very incidental. I've chosen this particular flower because the shapes are random. And I've done my research which flowers hummingbirds like as well, so don't you worry. So you can see it starts off from those little branches and it gradually gets a little bit wider. Like I said, I've painted a hummingbird in the new book, The Animals in Watercolour book, which is still, we still have a few copies left for pre-order. The first edition version. So if anybody wants to order one of the first editions, you can still get older one. There's about 20% left. You've just got to trust me on this. I'm an artist, remember. This is the link for the pre-order for the animal book, folks, and it's a totally different scene of a hummingbird, but one of them is in the book. And that's kind of where it's going to be, this picture. You can bring that down as low as you like, of course you can. But it wants to go to a nice point with just a couple of little miniature at the top, and that's kind of centralish to the picture, and that'll make a nice little scene. So quick show you how to do the flower. So it starts off with a line that gets wider, and you put a few branches coming off like so, and then you make these very random shapes. This is the quick version, but make sure there's one that goes up to the beak. Very little random. It comes off those lines and just goes a little bit, well, just very random really. I mean, just bear in mind the size of a hummingbird. It's tiny, like that. Looks like a Christmas tree at the end of January. Does it not? Still getting a few people booking for next week, folks. The 27th. This one here. So let's have a little look. We are almost 80% gone for this workshop. So if you do want to book in, details are in the description or on the email. Now's a good time because I'm going to give you time to get your sketch, folks. If you'd like to email me your sketch to check, please feel free. Matt Artist, M-A-T-T, Matt Artist, that's all one word, Matt Artist @me.com. The email link is in the email we sent you. So if you want to take a photograph of your sketch and drop it over for me to have a quick look, absolutely pleasure to do that. mattartist @me.com. Drop it over. And while you're doing that, it's a good time to get yourself booked in for next week's virtual watercolour workshops. It's looking like the UK is having a few problems with the old virus again, so we may well be stuck indoors again going forward. Who knows? But these will continue. Demos and workshops, as long as you guys keep booking, these will keep happening. So get yourself booked in, folks. Take your time with your sketch, drop it on email, mattartist@me.com. Happy to check it for you, folks. The flower will make more sense when you paint it. Of course it will. Teresa, yes, I can save you a space for next week. You just get yourself booked in as soon as you can. So I'm just going to take a break and have a look at some of the sketches. mattartist@me.com. So Elizabeth Boff, yes, that's fine, Elizabeth. Carol Apps, yeah, lovely, very nice. Anne Mitchell, I think the neck's a bit thin on yours, Anne. Make the neck and the head a little bit larger for me. Email address jaeclimited@hotmail. You need to put your name on the email preferably. I'd say that you could make the neck a bit wider. Make the neck a bit wider. Jeanette Haynes, yes, fine. Clive Leyland, I'd make the head a little bit larger on yours, Clive. Clive Leyland, make the head a little bit larger for me. Christine Erlin, you're asking if you can sign up for next week's workshop. If you can. Claire Frost, yours has come on text message. I'd make the head a bit bigger, Claire, on yours. Make the head a little bit larger. Heather Burley, I'd say make the head and neck a little bit larger, just a touch, 1/4 inch. Georgina Burns, that's fine. Kat Mills, yeah, that was good. Jackie Pullen, quite a long, slender bird, I'd be tempted to take an inch off the bottom of the tail and maybe make it a bit fatter, make the head a bit bigger, make the body a little bit larger, and make the wing longer. So Jackie, make the head a bit bigger, make it a bit fatter at the bottom, make the wing longer, add an inch to the wing and remove an inch from the tail feathers. That's Jackie. Paula Bates, yours is looking a little bit chunky, so just take a 1/4 inch off the underbelly on yours, Paula. That'd be great. March Ann, yes, yours is looking okay. I think it could be a bit longer. Add a 1/4 inch to the length of the tail. Carol Clark, that's fine. Maureen Stitch, that's okay. Anne Harris, yep, that's fine. Robert Bond, a little bit fat on the belly, Robert, so just, sorry, not getting personal, just take 1/4 inch off the bottom of the belly. Barbara Alexandra, you could do with making the belly 1/4 inch slimmer. Diane Ray, make the neck a bit fatter at the top, a slightly wider neck at the top. Heather Laverty, make the head a bit bigger. Teresa Santiago, that looks great, that looks lovely. Again, folks, great time to book in for next week because people are booking in like crazy at this point. So. Brenda Lehman, that looks good. Carol Barnard, yes, lovely. Christine Holland, yours is just coming. You've got to remember that there's different kinds of hummingbirds as well. Christine, that's fine. Louise Kirk Spencer, yours is just downloading. Yeah, looks great, looks really good. Ruth Allen, perfect. Jackie Pullen Warren, yours is downloading. Perfect, Jackie. Christine Erlin. Jill Reynolds, yeah, that was good, Jill. Ying Hong, apologise for wrong pronunciations, but it looks good, it looks great. Pam Foster, it's downloading. I'd say I'd add a little bit of length to yours, Pam, so basically on the tail add a 1/4 inch and a 1/4 inch to the wing, make the wing a bit taller as well. Nayar Dalgio, Nayr Dalgadillo. Perfect. Spot on. So I'll just give it a few more minutes, just see if any more emails come in with sketches on, and then we'll start putting some paint on this thing. Don't forget, folks, if you do book in for the workshop next week, you also get the chance to win this original painting of the tit on the tap, the grey tit on the tap, which is a special picture to me. It was it's been one of the most popular paintings over recent years. I'm giving it away. I'm finally giving it away. Get yourself booked in. And also a £20 voucher to spend on watercolour TV, not on workshops. Claire, yours is fine. Perfect, Claire. Claire Frost. Starting to paint in about 5 minutes. Just going to wait to see if any more sketches come through, okay? Just make sure, by the way, that you've got your eraser or your rubber, and you've removed any pencil lines that aren't meant to be there. So any circular lines or anything like that. Sue Kelly, that's fine. Mary Kelly, oh, that's a nice approach. Yours is coming down from above, like it. Heather Burley, spot on. Andrew Murr, struggling to get a picture through. Can't help you, Andrew. You've got to take a photograph and send it through your phone or your iPad and attach it. Robert Bond, perfect. Spot on, Robert, perfect. 2 more minutes, folks, and then we'll start to put some paint on. You can smell the fear. Heather Wilcox, that's fine, Heather. Maria, the head's a bit small on yours. Maria Poitsley. Pauline Brooke Taylor, that's fine. And yeah, so just a little bit small on the head there, Maria. Okay folks, so let's start to do a little bit of painting now then. It's about bloody time! Come on! Let's do this. We can do this. Okay, so it's all about the background then obviously. We're going to put a nice big wash on. And again, as always with these things, I'll do it first, give you a chance to just watch and look for yourself. So let's talk about some colours and some materials and various things. So what we're going to do then is mix up some colours for the initial background wash and the wing as well. The wings are going to go in because, like I mentioned quite close to the beginning, I want to paint in the wings almost at the same time as doing the background. So we're going to mix up sort of 3 colours here. Brush wise, I'm going to use a size 10. So I'm going to use a couple of different brushes here, folks. A size 10 brush is going to be used for doing the colours for the wing. Okay? And then a 20 brush will be used for putting the background wash on. So a couple of different brushes. Let's use the 20 or the 16 first. Let's prep a few colours in the palette. Get yourself all geared up for this, okay? You can't go wrong. So what we're going to do, make sure that brush is nice and clean. And we're going to paint in, mix some colours first. So if you're new to watercolours, wipe off the excess on the side of the water pot and just pop a little bit of water in. So for the background, a very light green. Now if you're using my natural colours, then you could use those. But a very light green. So I'll put some yellow in first. Not too thick. I'll put the colours on here. Get your colours prepped. And then just a tiny bit of blue. Just a touch of blue. Just to slightly make it a slightly light green. But make sure it's more yellow than blue. Pop the colour just there. So that's a nice light green. If you're using my natural colours, then you could use natural green light. Okay? Very, very light green. Clean the brush. Second colour is going to be a bit of a brown. Colour, okay? Put the water in first. Mix up an orange from yellow and red. Watch out for putting too much red. So there's the yellow. See, that's too much red. Bugger! More yellow. Not too thick with these colours, so I keep adding a little bit of water here and there. So it's a bit of an orange. Once you've got orange, drop in a little bit of blue and it will give you a brown. A slight tan brown colour. Something a little bit like that. Now if you're using my natural colours, you could use a pale dark skin tone. Okay, so 2 colours, that's all I want for the background. Nice and simple. You can't go wrong with that brush. So with that brush, just a couple of simple colours. A pale green from yellow and blue. Pale means watery. This colour, this brown colour. Test your colours first. Very accurate colours here leaving the studio. You wouldn't believe how in depth and how much tech you have to have for doing live broadcasting. You have to have spotlights, you have to have capture devices, you have to have professional 4K cameras, a powerful computer, but it captures the colours wonderful. We've got a sketch come through, I can't pronounce your first name, but Wayne Mortar. Sketch is fine. So that's those 2 colours. That's done with the 20 brush. Bear in mind that's done with the 20 brush. And we'll pop that brush to one side, ready for using those 2 colours. Clean it and pop it to one side, ready for those 2 colours. Alright, then what we'll do is we'll pick up the size 10 brush. I'll recap this for you. Size 10 brush, nice and clean. And then here, we're going to mix up a darker brown, ready for doing the first part of the wings, like a tan brown colour. Similar to this, but a little bit heavier. So, tiny bit of water. Again, mix up the orange. Put the yellow, but thicker. Put the yellow, put the red. Too much red. Bugger. Put more yellow with it. So like I say, a much stronger consistency. So you mix an orange and then you put blue with it. And the blue starts to darken it. So you can put as much yellow and red as you want in this. But it needs that little bit of blue. It's exactly the same colour as this, just a bit heavier. Can you see it's a bit heavier in consistency? It's a little bit thicker. Get plenty of yellow with it. That's better. So it's a slightly, forget that one. It's a slightly thicker colour, slightly heavier colour with the size 10 brush. And this is the process. This is what I want you to do with that brush. I want you to pick that paint up on that brush, give it a couple of taps on the tissue, 1, 2, and leave it loaded up. Leave it loaded up on the brush. That colour is on that brush. Again, pick the paint up, give it 1, 2 taps on the tissue, and just pop that brush to one side with the paint already loaded on it. Does that make sense? Sharon Tucker, your sketch is fine. Laura Young, yeah, looking good. I'd probably make the belly a bit fatter, Laura, on yours. On the underneath. Rosemary Edkins, that is perfect. Spot on there, Rosemary. One more colour, and that is using a smaller brush. This is using the 6 brush. We're really going to work these brushes on this one. You'll enjoy this bit. We're going to chuck some paint at this paper, literally. So far, the big brush, the size 20, the 16, mixed up these two colours. Yellow with a bit of blue, pale, watery. This one was orange with a bit of blue, so it makes that sort of tan, brown colour. Then I mixed the same colour, but a little bit deeper with a size 10 brush, which is loaded up. Remember, I put the colour on the brush, give it a couple of on the tissue, and that's ready for doing my wings. To get the movement, it's important. I want the paint to spread. I want it to bleed. I want it to move. Andrew Murr. Andrew, I want to say your sketch, the head's a bit small. It seems as though the neck's quite wide for the head. So even make the neck a little bit slimmer, but probably the best bet on yours, Andrew, is make the head a little bit deeper. Ruth, yours is downloading. You're fine there, Ruth. Okay, so one more colour, folks, and this time it's with the 6 brush, nice and clean. Let's mix up a purple. Put the water in. So take the blue and pop in some red. So you get a bit of a purple, and that's the purple. There it is. Can we see it just on the end there? Yes, you could use natural violet, and I want to pop that brush to one side. Ready loaded. So we're basically being a proper proactive artist here. Big brush, green, yellow, blue. This colour, mix orange, put blue with it. Not much blue, a little bit of blue. That's the 20. The 10 is the same colour, just a bit heavier for the wings, and that will have this colour here on the brush ready to go. And then the 6 brush has got blue and red, not much red, ready for a bit of a purple. And yes, you can use natural violet. And that's my basic colours, which means I can now go in and put a big wash on the paper, and I will recap all of this for you. Okay? Now, a nice big brush here. Now, my water's gone quite dirty here, folks. So if you want to change water, it's up to you. But I want to basically suggest that you just watch this little bit, because I want to put a big wash of paint on here. Just a big complete wash of colour over everything, okay? So I'm wetting the entire sheet of paper. Now I suggest to you that you just watch me do this. So I'll do it quick, then I will stop and give you time, and I'll give you a second recap as well. So I'm wetting the entire sheet of paper. We are doing a vignette, which means I'm not going to work all the way to the edge. So I've wet it once. I'm going to wet it a second time. Especially if you're using a cotton paper like Matthew Palmer paper. And I want to say this, we do have the 1/4 imperial blocks in stock. And if you want to get yourself paper before things turn nasty again, if they do, I'm not saying they will, then it's not a bad time to do it. Elaine Ryan, your sketch is fine. Rosemary Edkins, just downloading at the minute. Yes. Yes, fine. Okay, so that has had 2 coats of water. Here's the thing, folks. If you're using Matthew Palmer paper, add a third coat of water. If you're not using this paper, then you can just do 2, as long as it's wet but not saturated. And you've got a slight tilt on your board. Always remember that, you know, that little bit of a tilt at the back, something like your glasses case or something. Give it a few seconds to soak in, and then we're going to go straight in and throw some colour. Just watching this. Remember the 3 brushes. I will recap all of this for you. So I've just put the water on with this brush. I'm not going to change the brush. I'm not going to put it in the water again. Straight into the green, which has now got red in it for some reason. So we start that colour again. It's all happening here, isn't it? Call yourself a professional, right? Got a certificate to prove it and everything. There we go. I've got that nice light green. That's this one. Very pale, and it's more towards a yellow. Load it up on your brush. Here's the good tip. Give it a bit of a wipe on the side. Let it run back into the well. Okay? Literally flat to your paper. Bloody hell. And then just twist. Twist. Now, we're going to work this around the bird. Don't be afraid to let it go over the top of the bird. Literally flat to your paper and twist. Sort of jitter around your paper. This is that nice light green that we're talking about here, folks. Okay, just let it become part of it. It's more yellow than anything. See how it's running down the paper? If that happens for you, why not think about doing that? Probably the simplest thing to do. I'm working almost vertical here, folks, which is not ideal for watercolours, but runs and bleeds and spreads are all part of what we're interested in here. Let it just do its thing. Feel free to rotate the board to avoid those runs. Let those runs just happen. Doesn't really matter. Just let it become part of the picture. It's all part of the effect at the end of the day. Okay? It's all about letting the paint spread and bleed and just become part of the paper. Okay? Does that make sense? So that was the green. That was the sort of pale green colour all over. And then what we do is we leave that edge because that's where the painting finishes. Perfect. And then we'll come back down to the palette. This time I want to clean the brush because it's got the green on. It's got the light green on. So I'll clean the brush really well in the water. Wipe it on the side. I want to do a second one of these for you to give you a second dose. Just watching me at this point. Let's pick up the light brown colour. Mix it back up again because we've mixed the colours. Just wipe it off on the side. Even give it a bit of a tap on tissue. There's no harm in doing that. So you've got a little bit of this kind of tan colour. And then what we'll do here is just going to work in a few little bits of this. Just a few little bits. Now if you're using dark skin tone, great. At this point, I'll say to you, just avoid the bird. But you're twisting literally like this, look. See the angle? It's quite relaxing, that. Bit of a morning massage. Just a little bit of a twist on this colour. Bring some at the back of the flower as well. Just a few twists here and there. A few spots. If it's really bleeding flat, I mean you can lay it flat if you want to. I can't, I'm on an easel. So a few twists of that colour is quite nice. And again, if you want to use dark skin tone, then please do feel free. But it's just, a hummingbird's tiny, you know, and to photograph them you've got to have a big lens to keep it clean, and you've got to get right close in, and getting close in with a big lens means that the background has depth. It's all to do with the aperture of the lens, and it causes this out of focus effect, which is lovely. A few twists. Okay, so that's all I want for the background. Big brush. Stick with me, I'll recap this. Let's come down to the palette again, because Waiting in the Wings is a brush, a smaller brush, is size 10, which has got the slightly darker version of the colour on. And don't forget I gave it a couple of taps on the tissue, so it's a slightly drier brush. That's ready to go. Back to the picture. We're going to look at the wing. I want to capture some movement in the wing. The dry brush in the thicker colour. Basically from here, I'm going to do this. Like that. Let it spread. Pop a little bit at the back as well. Let it blur. Let it just fade off. Let it become part of the background. Looks weird, but it'll happen. It'll happen later. With that same colour, bring it into the body. Just pop a few little bits around the belly. So I'm curving around the belly. Let's get out a little bit. So bring it into the body. Don't fill it all in this colour, but just put a few little bits under here. Notice it's like a rusty brown. You could use dark skin tone for this. But remember, the secret here is this is the same colour as what I've just used on the background, but the difference is here, it's a thicker, stronger colour. Now, here's a great tip. Clean your brush. Squeeze it through your fingers. And literally lay that brush flat and have a little think about wiping out on the side of the brush some curves. Optional. Doesn't matter if you don't get them. Just a few little curvy bits. A few little lines inside the wing. You want this paint to spread into the background, but you can control that spread by picking it up and doing 1, 2, maybe even 3, and then just let it spread. Don't worry about how it looks. It'll look weird. It's all part of the picture. Trust me. I'm an artist. Don't forget to put some little bits down here inside the body as well, in the belly. It does make a difference doing this at this point. Again, it spreads, but it's absolutely fine. It's all part of the effect. Are you with me? It's so important to do the taps and make the paint thicker. I want to do this again for you. One more thing to mention, folks, and that is the smaller brush. The size 6 brush has got some of that purple on. And don't forget, I did this because I just want to go in here and just very loosely paint over the top of these. But I want the paint to spread if the paper is still wet. Remember, I wet this thing 3 times. I wet it 3 times, which means that my paper is still damp. But again, just as important as doing this is me doing the 3 taps on the tissue, because it controls where the paint goes. And there's no reason why you can't add a few more of these little flowers, just like little sweeps that are drooping down. Okay, just let it become part of the picture. We'll work back into this later on, but you can put as much or as little as you like on little individuals, and the paper is still damp because I wet it 3 times. I can't say that enough. Wet it 3 times. Now that seems like there's quite a lot to do there. You're not kidding. But I'm just going to show you how you can do this on your picture. Again, I want to give you another recap. I want to recap that entire process down here, folks, for you. Move the camera to here. That's my rough sketch version. Let's do a quick recap. Nice sketch, Alan Patrick. Perfect. Well done. Let me give you a very quick version of what I've just done, folks, on here, okay? So, entire process. What I can do here, actually, is we can do something a little bit different. Just bear with me a sec, because I want to grab the palette cam. And pop it just in this corner so you can see me pick the colours up. Alright? There we go. So just a quick loose version of the same just to help you, because at this first stage it's obviously important like every stage, but it just goes in a little bit quicker. So first job is to use that big brush, the 20. Okay, and very simply what we're going to do here is I want to wet the entire sheet of paper. Now my suggestion to you is get a very slight tilt on your board and wet it at least 3 times. Okay, don't saturate it though. If you're using my paper, wet it 3 times because it does hold the water longer. So that's covered. The entire paper's covered. My first colour is this light green, which I've got here, and basically it goes on. Don't forget to do that. Remember that little wipe on the side, what we mentioned? It goes on by twisting flat to your paper, loosely around the bird. Try and avoid the bird. Doesn't matter if it goes over the top a little bit. So just twisting around the edge. Look, you can see the brush is flat to the paper. Twist it in over the flowers, around the base. Perfect. Clean the brush. Don't forget to wipe off that excess on the side. Pick up the pale tan colour. Wipe off that excess on the side again. A few spots of that would be nice. A few spots here and there. Again, if it's really bleeding too much, you can always dab it on a bit of kitchen paper as well. Just a few little bits around the edges, not covering up all the green by any means. Okay, that brush has done its job. That's the 20. We then, it's the best bit for me, picking up the size 10 brush. You've got this richer version of the colour. Remember, it's orange, it's yellow, red with a bit of blue. Don't forget, you can recap this. You can pull it back, skip it back, a couple of taps on the tissue. And then this is great, because what you do here, look, is you go in and you go from the body and you just go wild. Just put some lines. Get that in pretty quickly, because you want the paint to spread. Let it go outside a bit. It's all part of the blurry effect. And then you want it to spread. You want it to be bleeding paint. Yeah. And then what you do is bring little bits in the body, because the paper's damp. Little bits in the body. Just a few little flicks here and there. If it looks a bit false, a bit stuck on, here's a good tip, because that's a bit dry there. Clean the brush, wipe it dry, and it allows you to spread it a little bit. Don't paint it all that colour, just a hint of it. And then if you squeeze the brush through the fingers, you can try and put some lines inside as well. Blurry movement. If you're a professional photographer, you'll know how to control the shutter speed, aperture and exposure to capture a wing of a hummingbird pristine. It doesn't look right. It needs movement. It needs movement. Brilliant. So that's all that was. You know, squeeze it and then sort of spread it a little bit. Don't paint it all brown. Then we pick up the 6 brush, and I love this little bit because it's the final bit. Your 6 brush goes in, purple, couple of taps on the tissue, and you very loosely, look, painting some petals of these flowers. Add a few extra ones here and there. Your paint's possibly still a bit damp at this point. If it's starting to dry, like mine is, let me get close in for you. Don't worry, because all you do is you clean your brush, give it a bit of a wipe, and you can soften the edge a bit. You can soften it a bit. You can scribble around with a damp brush. And that's basically the background, which is always classed as the depression stage. We know that from previous teachings. I've been teaching this medium for about 30 years, so I know that people have problems with the first stage. But the biggest problem is kind of in the mind, because people think it should look like a perfect, pristine hummingbird at this point. Of course it doesn't. This is literally the wet into wet background wash. It's got a long way to go, but that is a great starting point. Have a go. Don't be critical of what you've done. Finish it. See it through to the end, because it will be a different picture altogether. Give it a go, folks. Just give it a go. Wet it 2-3 times. If you're not using my paper, wet it twice. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it and make a mess on the paper. It'll all come right at the end. We just had a bit of a drop, a message from YouTube saying connection problem. So if things don't pick up, folks, connection wise, then I will be sending you a new link to carry on, okay? But we seem to be okay at the minute. A weird YouTube drop. YouTube's servers just went down and then back up again. So hopefully you're still with me, folks. All right? Yeah. If not, hit refresh and it'll start again. So basically, what we've done, wet it all. The light green goes on first. The rusty colour goes on second. Then it's the changing brushes. Remember that changing brushes that we spoke about? And that simple little thing I mentioned is by tapping it on tissue before you put the wing on. Makes a difference. So just enjoy the process, folks, don't worry about it, and you will be making a mess at this stage, but that is all part of how watercolour evolves. So basically, a quick recap. Don't forget you can skip it back, you can skip this thing back. You wet it all, you put the pale green on first, and the brush stroke, kind of like that. Twist. And what that does is that puts it, just spreads, it bleeds all over the place. Then you change colours for the sort of rusty brown colour, but don't forget to dab it on tissue, wipe off that excess, and then put a few spots around. That's the point when you change the brushes. You go for the 10, and the secret to the 10 is to pick up the stronger rusty brown or the dark skin, a couple of taps, and just let the paint spread. It's bleeding paint, you want it to. Put a few little flicks in the underneath of the belly, let it spread to the outside, do not worry. That's the reason why we put in this other sandy colour, so it's just part of it. And then if you clean the brush and pinch it through the tissue and do this with it, make it flat, you can have a go at wiping some lines. You can barely see them, but they are there. Then you can put some of the violet in the flowers, and that's only the starting point of the flowers. It's got a long way to go, this picture, folks. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it, okay? Yeah, so we did have a bit of a weird drop in connection from YouTube. I got a message from them because we use their professional streaming service, and it came through saying glitch, and it went and then back up again. So, but we're still here. If we do lose connection, I'll say it now just in case YouTube has another blip. If we do lose connection at any point through the broadcast, you'll get a brand new email after about 20 minutes. I've got to create it first. It takes me a good 20 minutes to do it. Carol has mentioned a few times to me about a paint going grainy. Watercolour paint just does go grainy. It's what it does. It's part of it. You can't avoid it. It's the paper having divots. It's the paint having pigment in it. Grain is part of watercolour. It's just what it is. Just what it is. Andrew Mercer says, is there a way of cleaning colour stained brushes? Well, you could actually use isopropanol or some methylated spirits or a bit of vodka. Kind of helps. But again, stained brushes means you're using them. Don't give up, folks. Do not give up. Keep going. Keep persevering. Keep calm and carry on. Julia Thomas wants to say hello. She can't join in live, but because she's working, but she's going to do it later on. If you get cauliflowers and funny marks, it's part of it being a vignette, and I'll say that to you now. Vignettes have these marks. Do not worry about them, okay? Just let it be. Let it be its own picture, folks, okay? Remember, all this is going to get covered over the top. I'll give you a bit of time to work on that. I'll give you a few minutes. Right, well, I've just walked away for 5 minutes, come back, and we've still got the same people watching, so that's good. That's good. This needs a bit of time to dry, folks. Now, I realise that there's going to be little bits of problems, little bits of cauliflowers, but all that gets hidden behind the scenes. I want to give this a bit of a dry, folks. You can be entertained by looking at some animals. Just using a hairdryer, just give it a quick blast. There we go, nice and dry. Again, I'll just mention one more time, folks, if you do lose connection at any point through the day, you'll get a brand new email. Just take about 20 minutes to get it created though, alright? So, give it a bit of dry, folks, then we're going to start to work on the bird itself and start to put some more. Obviously, it's all about the detail. We start to get in there now. You've done the hard bit, which is the background, of course. And also, I'll just mention, thanks to people that have booked in. We are over 80% full for the workshop next week, the autumnal scene. So if you're still on the fence, literally, there's a fence out the window. There's a great time to book in is now while we're waiting for people to get that background in. We're going to start to work on the flower next. Of course, using the colours that's in the palette makes sense rather than moving on. So in the palette, I've got this violet here, which I'm going to use. I want to make sure it's nice and clean, so blue and red. You can use natural violet if you want to for this. So we'll take some of that colour. Perfect. That's exactly the same colour what we had earlier. I've just kind of remixed it basically. Then I'm going to take a little blob out of it and pop it to the side. So I've got a second one with the same colour. This one I want to massively dilute. So I'm diluting the same colour. Now if you look, if I just move the camera so we can see the oops, dropping the camera there, see my nice feet. It's a good job I've got trousers on, not like a newsreader. And that'd have been a shock, wouldn't it? There we go. I just want to show you that colour's much paler than how it started off. So that's the pale one and that's the original one. Can you see? Number 6 brush, size 6 brush is the one for this. And then we've got this green colour here, which is great. That's the yellow and the blue. But I want a darker green, which is the same yellow, just a little bit thicker and a touch more blue in this one. So if you look at this one here, it's just a second green. That's the green we've just been using, which is still there. But here, I've got a thicker version. So basically, it's having a bit of a consistency between a thicker, that's like an alien face, having a difference between a stronger violet, a lighter violet, and of course the green as well. Nice. So why did we want a pale violet? Well, I wanted this colour, and it's got to be pale, very, very diluted, because in the background, yes, Pete, I'll save you a space, don't you worry. And I'll put you on the list for the prize draw as well. So basically around the back of the flower, to the side, we're going to pop in some little spots once things are dry. Almost imagine this to be a slightly distant version of the same flower. A few random spots just disappear into nothing. Very, very pale, folks. Feel free to pop more of these in. So start with a few spots at the top and then start to do more lines coming out. Does that make sense? Just very pale, very incidental colours. Just little spots. That's the pale colour. With the slightly darker colour, I want to go back into the flowers that we've already started to paint, and I want to do something like this. Let me show you. So at the top, the stem comes down with the same violet, and it starts to go in across the top of the flowers, and you just put a few little hints of colour. Let me come out a little bit so you can see. There you go. So it comes down the stem, not all the way, just a little piece at the top, and then it starts to go into the petals. So you're working over the top of what you've already painted. So it's putting shadow in. So this is the slightly heavier version, where the piece at the back is the pale version. Okay? So you're starting to work in where the flower petals attach to the stem. Not the whole thing, just a few little bits and bobs. It just gives a bit of shadow and a bit of base to it, okay? The ones in the background, very much pale, very much blurry, and left like that for the minute. Give it a go, and then we'll come back and we'll do some green. I'll just mention, once these background ones do start to dry, use a second coat of the pale colour just to spot in a few extra little bits of detail to them, like that. If you're feeling brave, you could even use your finger and do a bit of that, but that's up to you. That's the lighter version. Can you see the splattering? It's entirely up to you. If you do splatter places you shouldn't, like down here, let's get a bit of tissue and just wipe it off. It's pale enough to get away with, okay? So basically what I've done there, picked up a bit of colour and just tapped it over the finger. And remember, there's only a couple of inches of the violet at the top. That's the two violets. Quick glance at the palette shows you the two different violets. We've got the darker one and the very, very pale one. The pale one's for the background, distant, out of focus flowers. The slightly stronger one is for the ones in front. Now if you've got natural violet, then use it. It's absolutely fine to use. Now if you want to be a bit more cautious about where you splatter, you could always put a piece of kitchen paper over this side of the picture, because it's just around the flowers and it's the lighter, it's the paler colour for the splattering, okay? Just in case you're not sure. like I said, folks, you know, once the sort of background is dry, this, even the paler colour, just pick up again and pop some extra little dots over the top of it. Just lots of spots, out of focus in the background. And you can see on this one here, if I zoom in close, where the darker strokes are, and there's no reason why you wouldn't want to go back into that with that darker violet and just be a bit more precise and almost paint in a bit of a stem so it attaches to the main stem. It's almost like a thin line across the top of some of the petals. So it just puts a bit of extra detail into it. So it's almost like where the main flower petal attaches to the main body of the flower, the plant, sorry, you can just bring in a little line to attach it, like it's attaching itself to the image. Okay, does that make sense? So that's having the two shades of violet. And then remember, you've got the greens. You've got the greens. And the reason for the greens is obviously for the rest of the stem. And the secret is to use a bit of lighter green first. This is the one that was used in the background. And the secret is to kind of blend it in with what's above, which is the violet. So the first inch or so, 2 inches of the stem is violet, and then the rest of it, it merges in with the green. So you need to, in fact, if I turn it this way, you'll probably see it better actually. There you go. So this is the light green. It comes down from the violet, and then it continues down. Now it's very pale, we know that, and you let it sort of fade away at the bottom. Let it just disappear off. Now if you're careful, it's also tempting to bring a little bit of that just coming through there. Can you see I've brought a little bit of that colour just weaving through, and feel free to add a few little grasses and flicks around the base, tall grasses, with a few spots around the top in green. Don't be afraid to do that. If you want to use a finer brush, then please do. So imagine these little sort of grasses and things. It all adds to the effect. Just a few flicks here and there. So you can see where it goes from the violet into the light green, and it just continues down and sort of fades at the bottom somewhere. And I'm just popping in, I'm happy to use this size 6 brush for this, but if you want to use something finer, just to pop a few little flicks of grasses and things around, like so. It just adds, personally, I always like to do these on these kind of scenes, it adds a bit of interest to it. Little flicks, including a bit of a stem through there. That's the green. That's the light green. I'll mention the dark green in a few minutes. Yes, this is workshop 26, which is crazy to think. Just keep adding them grasses, folks, keep building it up. And if you want to, again, as we mentioned previously, if you want to splatter any green, then you could use a hint of the dark green, but just be careful to tap off the excess and protect, I'll say that again, protect the bits that you don't want to splatter on, and just pop in a little bit of darker green around, splatter in. And there's no reason why I couldn't even splatter some darker violet around as well. If you want to. You don't have to, but if you are splattering, remember it'll go where it wants to, unless you protect areas. So I splattered a bit of darker green and I splattered a bit of violet on there as well. Caroline Lynn's just sent me the sketch and it's okay. I know you could be watching this behind live, but that's just to let you know that it seems okay. And then if we just think about the darker green, then let's just turn the board on the side for a second here. Turn it on the side. And then what we'll do is we'll pick up some of the darker green. We'll wipe off some of the excess on the tissue so it's kind of dry, and then what I want to do is I want to pop in a bit of shadow down one side of the stem with this green, all the way down on one half, so it's just basically one half of it, thin line. Then you clean the brush really well, give it a bit of a tap on the tissue, and just use a damp brush just to sort of soften it off to the opposite side, which in my case is the right side. If you can manage to get a fine point out of the brush, if not, think about using something like a branch and detail brush or a rigger brush or something, but I'm okay to get a fine point out of this. And what I want to do is I just want to pop in a few little side stems like this. Let me show you. So notice I'm resting on my paper. This is the dark green. Little branches. That sort of connect, go out towards those violets. Can you see? Little teeny weeny branches. Do one here, look. like that. And then up here, wherever you feel, it just kind of connects it all together, like that. Really makes a difference, that. Well worth putting those in. So you darken down one side of the stem, and then you put a few branches on. Try and make use of the point of the brush. Just adds a little bit of detail to it. If you're careful as well, it's tempting to add a couple of slightly darker grasses while you've got a fine brush on the job. Turn this on the side a minute. I always think a few dots on the tops of some of the grasses do look quite effective. But it's up to you. It's up to you. So just one or two darker ones as well. It makes like a little collection of foliage. In its own right, it's a little painting. And then of course we'll move on to the bird. We shall have a lunch break around 12:40ish, as always. It's nice putting those on, isn't it, them little bits. I think putting the little stems on, the little almost twig style branches really just add something to it, don't they? And there's no harm whatsoever in picking up that violet again and just popping a few extra little flicks over the petals. But it doesn't want to be the main focus of the picture. The flower's just there because it's what hummingbirds do. There is little violet spots. If you mix a really thick violet, I'll show you, a strong violet. Let me just get the camera down to the palette. So if you mix up a really, really heavy violet, so it's the blue first, look nice and thick with the red of course. So you've got something like a purple violet, but compared to the previous one you can see It's very, very strong. And I'm going to use this, but I want to rotate the brush over the top of some tissue, rotate it to get a point, and you can see it's nice and pointy. And I'm going to use this and we'll try and get the focus so we can get really close in, and basically I'm just going to put towards the ends of the flowers some nice definite thick spots, not many, almost like you'd see on a foxglove, just a few little dots with the point of a brush, but very strong coloured. Not a huge amount of these, but a few of them. Just a few here and there. That's a very rich violet. And then the point where it attaches to the stem, if you can see this, I'm just going to paint a thin line that comes off on the top of some of the larger flowers. Like that. Just a little bit of an extra darker flick, and that for me, I'm happy with those flowers. Of course, if you've still got some of the lighter colour left, there's no harm in just popping a few extra little spots on those. Just a bit of extra detail here and there on these will just help to give them a bit more of a wildflower kind of feel. That's what it's all about. So if you look at the whole scene, you can see where it sits in position to the paper. Looking nice. And then of course very soon I'm going to make a start on the bird, the star of the show. Now if we look at the palette then folks, we need to mix up some new colours for the bird. So I'm going to kind of start again with some of the mixes here. I want to turn this over so we've got some clean mixing space as well. And I'll talk you through the colours. Now for me personally, I'm having a clean up, so I like a clean palette. It's up to you. I want to get rid of all the violets and the... And I'm going to start again, but you can see if you want to do this or not, it's up to you, because you can probably utilise some of those colours. But there's something nice when you're moving on to a separate area of a picture, having a clean palette, but it's entirely up to you. And of course this is an easy clean palette which you can get hold of on Watercolour TV. There we go. Beautiful. Look at this. That can be the wooden spoon prize. Piece of used tissue. Fab. Okay, so new colours for the bird then. I want a few colours here. So I'm going to use my size 10 brush for mixing these. And my first colour wants to be a very thick grey, very dark grey. Now grey, some people can get it, some people have a few problems. You can, of course, use natural grey for this. Tiny bit of water, thick blob of blue, very thick blob of blue. Don't be afraid to use the blue quite heavy. There's the blue. Then what you do is you bring in red to make it purple. So if you've got purple, you then clean the brush, wipe off the excess on the side, and then you bring in the yellow, little bits at a time, and you'll see it start to go grey. Now if you've got natural grey, then absolutely yes, perfect. But that's the colour, and it's got to be a heavy colour as well. Mix yourself a nice strong bit of grey. You want the colour to be strong there, folks, alright? Some more yellow there. You want the colour to be nice and thick and heavy. That's going to be the beak, it's going to be the shadows in the wings, it's going to be the eye, it's going to be the spots, and it's going to be all the shadows in the bird. So it needs to be heavy again. So blue, red and yellow. Don't be afraid to use the colours nice and strong. Thicker the better. Beautiful. So you can see that's a good rich heavy grey. Okay, size 10 brush, clean brush. Second colour is going to be the turquoise. Now I mentioned turquoise. If you've not got turquoise, then you can just mix a green here. Just mix a green. But if you've got natural turquoise on its own, it's going to be lovely. Okay, so natural turquoise by itself, not as thick as the grey. That's natural turquoise on its own. Natural turquoise. If you've got Viridian, we mentioned Viridian at the start of the workshop, Viridian Hue. If you've got that, you can simply mix this colour or emerald green. You can mix it with some blue and that'll give you a turquoise, but not a thick turquoise. That's got a bit of water with it, okay? That colour is natural turquoise. Clean brush. Second colour is utilising the turquoise again, but I'm just going to clean up some of that yellow. It's gone a bit yucky there, hasn't it? So if you've just mixed the turquoise from Viridian or emerald green, you could lift some of that out of it into another mixing well. Or if you've got natural turquoise, you can use turquoise with yellow. Turquoise and yellow. Look at that for a beautiful colour. Turquoise and the bright yellow. That is a stunning colour. I love that. Now, if you've not got turquoise, you could use Viridian and some of the bright yellow. If you've not got either of those, just mix a green that's more towards the yellow. It'll be a bit different, but it'll be close. So far we've got a very thick grey. That's lots of paint, a little bit of water. These are probably medium consistency. Think of a watercolour paint like a steak. You can have it medium, well done, and of course rare. Well, these are medium and this one's well done. Thick grey is always a thing. We do want a lighter grey as well, so we'll take a blob of that thick grey, pop it elsewhere, and add a bit of water with it. So you've also got, if I pop it here, look, you've also got a pale grey as well. You could dilute natural grey if you want to. I'll recap all these. Final colour is going to be either a dark skin tone or a bit of a brown mixture, which we've been using before. So it's the yellow first with the red. Now you might have some of this already in your palette. So it's yellow and red. It's the colour we used for the wings earlier. So it's the yellow and red and the touch of blue. So you get the brown tinge coming through. But you can make it not too much blue for that one. So it's this sort of brown, sort of sandy colour. Dark skin tone works great if you've got it. That one again, medium consistency. So if I pop it here, it's that colour. There you go. So these two here, that's the thick grey, which is the blue to start with. A bit of red, so you get purple, and then you put the yellow to get grey. Thick and strong. Add a separate one where you lift out and you dilute it. That's important. And also you've got natural turquoise by itself, or viridian or emerald green with a touch of blue. If you've not got that, you can just use a green colour. If you do a quick internet search for just type in Hummingbird, you'll see there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And some have red, some have more white, some have spots, some are more green. There's obviously different kinds. Then this colour here, of course, is the emerald green or the turquoise with yellow. Again, if you've not got either of those colours, just mix a yellowy green. And then you've got the tan colour, which is orange. Mix orange from red and yellow, and then pop a dash of blue. And that's it for the colours, folks. That's the colours for the bird. We shall be bringing some white into play, but I'll give you a chance to get those colours prepped, because very soon we're going to splosh a bit of paint, the first bit of paint, on the bird. And the bird is the word. Yeah, so someone's just asked me what the price is again for the, if you book. So you can win an original painting of a bird on a tap. This was painted in 2018, this picture. It's an original one, and it's a special picture to me. It's a picture that it's just been around the country with me, this picture. So it's, someone's going to win that. Okay, bird on a tap, original. Second prize is a £20 shopping voucher for the art shop, not for workshops on Watercolour TV. 2 prizes, and they get sent out to you. If you've won a prize recently, they will get sent out to you next week. Okay. And all you've got to do is take part in the competition. Is just book in, basically. Just book in for the next workshop, which of course is on the 27th September. We still have a few spaces. We've got probably 80, almost 85% full for the autumnal scene with golden trees and waterfall. Give you an idea of the kind of scene. Can you see some of these images on the screen? That's the kind of style. Golden trees and a lovely waterfall in the foreground. There, look at that, beautiful. And then a foreground river, of course. So let's make a start on the bird then. The first thing I want to do is I want to paint in the beak. Now I'm quite happy to use a number 6 brush for this, but it's entirely up to you how you want to play this, alright? If you want to use a finer brush, then please do. It's using the strong grey, okay? Now a good tip is to rotate your brush over a piece of tissue, because it'll give you a nice point. But if your 6 brush is not as pointy as this, then you might want to change brushes and use something like a branching detail or a rigger brush. But basically, you've got a pencil line that goes halfway through the beak. The bottom half of the beak is just a solid block of darkness, okay? Up to that pencil line. It comes down into the head, and you clean the brush and you wipe it almost dry. Notice where I've brought it to. Use water to start to soften it down. Drag it so it disappears into the head. Go around the eye. As you can see here, look. Take it around the eye. Take it down into the neck. Clean your brush a second time if you need to, but make it completely fade away. Notice I'm holding the brush right near the tip. The top section of the beak, try and paint just a single line that goes across the top. Now that's not an easy thing to do, and slightly take it up into the head, but leave a thin line. Leave a thin line. Then you clean the brush again and you wipe it almost dry. So we've got a damp brush, and what you do is you just ever so gently tap that bottom edge so it just kind of fades down, and then again fade it into the head. Take it around the eye. Take it around the eye. So it fades in. A hummingbird's beak's really interesting because it kind of like attaches to the head. Give it a go, folks. Don't forget, you can skip back at any time to see any bits that you might have missed. That's using the grey, the good, strong bit of grey for you. Now in about 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, folks, we'll have a break for about 35 minutes, then we'll resume, as always. So don't forget that the bottom beak is just a solid mass, where the top is a line across the top, which you fade down. Try to blend it into the head, and even if that means going in a second time with your water and your brush, you can just soften it in. But it's all to do with which brush you're comfortable with, because I know that some of you may prefer to use something like this, which of course is a branching detail brush or a rigger brush. But I'm okay with a 6 brush. It's pointy, I can get point out of it, and I'm happy with that. I can make use of that. One really nice feature of the Hummingbird is around the eye, it's kind of white. So what you do, where you sketched in this like this pointy outline, use the grey and go around the eye, top and bottom. Like that. And then clean your brush, give it the few wipes, just as you've just done with the beak. And then use water to spread that outwards. Spread it out around. So it leaves a white area. Now, you can really pull that down. See, I can pull it down towards the outside edge. Well, that should leave almost like a dark ring on the inside. And that's where you paint the eye. And I want to show you the eye. There's kind of two ways to do this. Now again, don't be afraid to use the colour quite heavy here. It's what it needs. It needs strength in colour. I've got as close as I can. Again, I'm more than happy to use the 6 brush, but you might not be. And the eye goes in very, very dark. So if your paint's not thick enough, just simply make it darker. Now, you outline it, the eye, very thick. And you just leave a little highlight on one side, like that. Just leave that little white dot. If you don't manage to get the white dot, don't worry, because it's quite easy to add that later with a bit of white paint. But a very strong, definite, solid, circular eye with a white space left. If you don't manage to get that, like I say, don't worry. Do not worry at all. But it is just as dark as the beak, the eye. You can put white paint on later. So far we've just used the darker grey, but I just want to use a little bit of that lighter grey. You remember that's the one that I lifted out of the darker one and diluted it a touch. It's this one here, look, this one. So it's here. I want to use a little bit of this. Make sure this is not strong, this colour, so you can dilute it down as much as you feel you need to. A nice pale watery grey. And I want to show you what to do with this. Using the 6 brush, this needs to go in quite quickly. Now I'll give you a bit of a tip here. When you do this, have a think about wetting the area first, okay? So with the 6 brush, I'm just going to add water, just water. So I'm just going to bring it down here under the eye, being careful. I'm bringing the water down here, right to the underneath. So this is just me adding water, nothing else. And you can't really see what's happening much here. And it goes right down towards the tail feathers. So this is just water. Make sure it's damp but not saturated. and I'm sticking to that edge. So there's just a big chunk of water here, right up to the underneath of the eye, down towards the back. Then we use that light grey, and we go in, and we drop it in, making sure we've got a nice clean edge. And can you see how the paint just runs into that water? And that can go right on the underneath towards the tail feather. Yeah, brilliant. And if you want to put a little bit more colour further up, then that's fine. But as long as it gives you a shadow, it gives you a shadowed edge on the underneath of the bird. Can you see that? And the paint spreads it. Now if it doesn't spread too well, just simply clean your brush, give it a couple of taps on the tissue, and then encourage it to blend better. And that's a nice technique to practice. Let me show you that technique again, because it's new for some of you, on a bit of paper here. So basically what you can do is you can wet an area first, put plenty of water, don't be skimpy with the water, put plenty of water on, and then you pick up the grey and you drop it in, and of course it just disappears into the water. It's a simple way of blending if you struggle. Works nice on animals. Practice it first. It's basically wetting to wet. And you can make sure it blends up to nothing, of course, but it's just a nice technique. What's going to make this bird work is when you put in that beautiful turquoise and, of course, the markings, because it's some beautiful, almost thrush bird style markings. Now, just before we have a break, I'm going to do a similar effect with the water, but I want to bring in the turquoise and the green. So in your palettes, if you recall, you've got the two colours. You've got the turquoise by itself. Now remember, if you've not got turquoise, then you could always use just green, just a cold green, more towards a blue. And you've got the lighter one, which was a mixture of turquoise and yellow. If you've not got that, you could use viridian and yellow. If you've not got that, you can just use a yellowy green. But the greens and the turquoises are a feature on the hummingbirds. And we can do this in a couple of nice sections. What we'll do, folks, is the back of the head, the top of the head first. Let me show you what I want to do next then. Give you a bit of a demo. So I'm using the water effect again. Get the water, and we're going to paint water along the top edge of the bird towards the wing, and we'll stop where the wing comes in. So basically I'm just putting water around the eye. Make sure you put a couple of coats of water, you know, because it'll dry quickly. It'll just soak into the paper. So a couple of coats of water. Bring that water right down, folks, down into the grey. Look, can you see that? So basically, if I wobble that, maybe you can see where the light's reflecting. There you go. So basically, it's had a couple of good coats of water on. I'm even just going to make sure it's damp. Don't underwet it, but don't saturate it. But basically, water goes right round, avoiding the eye, of course. Then we'll pick up the turquoise first. This is the turquoise on its own, or the Viridian Blue, or the emerald green blue, or the bluey green if you've not got either of those. Pick up that first, go along the top of the head, stunning colour, across the top of the head, around the eye, let the paint spread, pop a little piece down the back here, and then straight in, without cleaning your brush, into the other colour, which is more of a yellow green. Make sure you've got plenty of yellow in that one. And then pop some little bits of that in around the back of the eye. Love that colour. It's such a nice, rich, yellowy green. It comes down here, look. It sort of mixes in, and it starts to come down towards the back or the bottom of the bird, but not completely. So it's kind of the top half. Then what you do is you simply either leave it to spread by itself, which normally works. If not, clean the brush, give it a good few wipes on the tissue, and encourage it to spread off its own back. You can always just go back in and drop in a bit of extra turquoise here and there, a bit of extra of the greeny colour, and just, yeah, it's just nice. It's nice to see that colour. And those colours just mix lovely together. They really do. Now I want to give you a repeat performance, and then I'll leave you in peace, because it's the same for the back as well. So if you want to just watch me again, exactly the same process, but there's a bit more on the back. Clean your brush. Get loads of water, even come over the top of the wing, because the wing's all out of focus anyway. Wet the entire back end, but I want you to leave the water in place. So on the back, and I'll recap all this for you in a minute, when you wet the back, don't go below this line here. This piece stays the colour it is. So you're basically wetting from the wing down to the tip of the tail feathers, bring it down here, and then into the body. Wet it into the body, but leave that piece alone there. So bring it right round into the wing, and then go straight in for the turquoise, natural turquoise, or, you know, whichever colour you're using. Go along the back edge, and then bring it in. Bring that colour right into the wing, and then change colours and go for the lovely green colour, which kind of goes on the underneath here, and a few little bits here and there, just randomly dot it in, folks, from the turquoise into the green. Go underneath the wing like so. So it's kind of the same effect, but again, if you feel it's not blending too well, simply clean your brush, give it a nice wipe on the tissue, and then you can just encourage it to blend in, or you can just leave it to do its own thing. But notice how it doesn't go under here because I didn't put any paint there, and also notice how it just kind of fades into the wing somewhere. And as that piece, you can just go back in and drop a bit of extra turquoise in if you want to, or even a bit of the sort of light green here and there as well. It really does just bring some colour into it. Those colours are probably the most striking feature of a hummingbird. They really are famous for a bit like a kingfisher, they've got little bits of turquoise. Some of them will have a bit of a red neck, this one doesn't. So hope you like the technique by wetting it first, folks. It does sometimes help people along a little bit. Let me know in the comments if you prefer that technique to putting the paint on and blending it. But what's nice about this way is the paint spreads, you see. It kind of bleeds in, which is what you want it to do. Now, as I mentioned, folks, that's a good stage to have a bit of a break. Okay, so just have a quick natter before we do. It's taking shape lovely. Can't wait to get the wings in. I've gone a bit red. What we're going to do is we're going to have a 35-minute break. So we'll start painting again around 20 past 1. That's UK time, 35 minutes, and we'll crack on and finish it. Just want to quickly mention the workshop for next time. Spaces are going quick. We are well over 80% full for that. Good time to book in, folks. You'll enjoy doing the beautiful waterfalls, and of course autumn, the first autumn scene of the year. Looking forward to painting those wonderful, beautiful waterfalls. Link is in the description, and we'll start back again. Please come back, finish the picture. You've done the hard stuff. It's time to relax and do all the relaxing details on the bird, of course. Now, if you're watching this back after the live broadcast, don't forget you can just skip past all this bit and away you go. And as always, so you can see some clock movement, I'll pop the Lego clock just here so you can see that time hasn't frozen, because I know some of you have problems with audio. If you ever have problems losing sound, I bet it's because your computer monitor turns off, it goes to sleep, the screensaver comes on. Try and get those turned off and it'll stop any problems if you're watching it live. But if you do get any issues with audio, it's because your computer's gone to sleep, and they do that. You know that, save battery power. Think about reopening the link from the email, refresh the browser, and I'll be back in about 35 minutes. 20 past-ish, 35 minute break, folks, UK time that is, and we'll progress the picture, and we'll build up all the wonderful, beautiful detail, the shadows in the bird. Oh, I'll just mention as well, if we do lose the live connection, I've said it a few times, if we do lose connection here at any time from my end, you'll get a new email. You can't use the same one. It's never happened yet, but you never know. Have a break. Right folks, here we go then. Let's crack on, shall we? So that's a very flat looking bird. It's waiting for all the shadows, the detail, which really make the thing pop in my opinion. Just going to have a quick look what's in the palette at this stage. It's a pretty warm day here and colours are drying up, so just a little bit of water will quickly reactivate. This is the sort of tan, sort of sandy colour here. I'm going to use some of this on the bird now. This is the one we mixed from it. It was the yellow and the red, remember? And a little bit of blue. Number 6 brush will pretty much finish the picture off, to be honest. These are the important bits now. These are the bits that make the pictures really happen, in my opinion. So stick with it at this stage. Let's start off by taking some of this colour, and we're going to work on the tail feathers here. And I'm going to start about where it changes direction. It's going to go in and go along that edge. And just put some random bits. So imagine where this line starts to sweep into the body. Bring a line of that colour coming around there. You could use dark skin tone for this. That'd give it more colour. You can see it goes underneath and then it kind of follows where the wing is. Clean your brush, give it a couple of taps, and this time just lightly flick it away rather than use the water to blend it away like we did on the previous one. Just kind of flick that into the picture. It just adds a bit of colour to the underneath. And while that colour's on the brush, in the wing here, there's a big concentration of that colour where the wing goes into the body, and then it starts to follow the curve where you can imagine the feathers to be. Imagine like an American Indian sort of headdress, that kind of thing. Then you clean the brush, you give it a couple of taps, and then you soften it. This is important, soften it into the body, and then just use that water again, refresh the brush, and just sort of brush over the top of what you've just painted so it kind of feathers away, disappears at the end, like so. There you go. So you can see it's like a brush away at the end. Super. But all the time keeping this feathery edge, but that's bringing sharpness back in, you see. So basically, quick recap, underneath here, and then you sort of follow the curvature of that sort of belly, and then you blend it down, you blend it away. The most important one is this one. This is lovely because it's going up the edge of the wing, and then you just nice and freely. Let me show you that again in case anyone missed that bit. Let's have a look down here at the rough version. There it is. So basically in the wing, what it was coming down the edge of the wing, and then you just loosely do this. Imagine like I said, it's the sort of Native American headdress, and then a couple of taps on the tissue, fade it into the body, and then flick it away at the end so it feathers. No hard lines down this edge. And make sure it blends into the body, and that will give you the starting point of the wing. I mean, there's no harm in practicing these things first. I can see a few people talking about painting holidays in the chat. We've got a small handful of spaces left on the holidays, so if you're interested in a painting holiday, if you want a quieter time in the Lake District, the June or July ones are is the quietest time. It's very peaceful in June in Cumbria. Very, very peaceful. Lovely. You see that line that you bring down here, can you see it? That really starts to make the wing look as though it's coming from the centre of the body rather than the edge. That's important. If you're on the fence about which one to book, I would recommend the Lake District because the hotel, the location, super. Really, really nice. So there's not a huge amount of spaces left, so you need to book in fairly early. Still keep popping extra bits of violet around here. It's lovely to see that colour. It's what we're left in the palette, basically. That turquoise that we've got in the palette, the turquoise by itself, if you've got it, I want to use some of that, but quite thick. So I'm making the paint now much stronger than that it was before. So really, let's turn that back the right way. This colour here. So I'm making it nice and heavy. You can see how thick that is. And I'm using it with a 6 brush. Not dry, just damp in the palette. And I want to work on the back edge of this bird and put some extra shape into it. So basically I want to go in with the tip of this brush and I want to loosely start where you can imagine the wing to come into the body. Can you see I've left that like that line coming down very thick, and then down all the way down the back edge, all the way down the back edge to the tip of the tail feather. Clean your brush so it's like an L shape. Can you see what I mean by that? Clean your brush, give it a couple of taps, and then put the water over the top of it, and just again, as we said, feather it away. Now it's important that you fade it away here. Can you see that little bit there where I'm stroking the brush, and a couple of little flicks on the back edge just to soften that edge away. But that little bit of blending there will help the wing to come lower down within the body. Let me show you the same thing again on the top of the head. So basically thick violet. From the tip of the beak, just paint a line that goes around the top of the head. And then a little bit lower down. So there's like a couple of lines. And there's also a little piece just creeps down the back there, like a bit of a triangular shape, you could say. Okay, clean your brush out again. This is natural turquoise. Again, give it that couple of taps, get your brush into it and really give it a soften. Really give it a soften. Just work it around the shape of the body, and it just puts a bit of extra colour into it. Quite an important thing to see and to do that in your picture. That's just turquoise but quite strong. So back to the rusty brown colour, which is here. So again, if you run out of it, it's yellow. Plenty of red. Get plenty of red in it. Make it crisp. Yellow, red, and of course that little bit of blue. Too much blue and it goes grey. That should do the job. So that's the rusty brown colour. Now I've made it a touch more red. If you look at the two colours, can you see what I mean? I've just added a little bit more red into the rusty brown, and I want to do a bit of dry brush work here. So I want to pick the paint up, wipe it off on the tissue, both sides of the brush, and then I want to spike the brush. Can you see what I mean by spike the brush? Get your fingers at the bottom and wiggle it a little bit. Have a practice at that. And what I'm after creating is something like that. Something to practice. Let me show you why it's important to practice, because it's easy to overdo this little bit. And this is going to work around the belly area. This is the rusty brown with a touch more red. And basically it's following the curve of the bird. And even in the wing as well. Follow the shape. Can you see the texture it's creating? Less is more, folks, and it's a scary thing to do for some people, I know that. So just have a little bit of a practice at this. Don't just jump in and just do this. Try and get some fine feathers around the bottom part here. There's always very soft sort of down style feathers on a bird there. So get those in there. Again, just ever so gently from this back edge of the wing. From the back edge of the wing, just ever so gently sweep it over. So it starts to give texture. But I call these, you know, as we've said before, skid marks, which is, you know, however you decide that comes across. But it's one of those techniques that is always important in an animal, whether it's a snow leopard or a puffin or a kingfisher. It doesn't really matter what the animal is, domestic animals. But this can go anywhere. It can even go around here, but you just got to be so careful not to do too much of it. And I'm using the brown rather than the grey. Also, you can bring it over the top of some of the turquoise a little bit as well. Create texture, but you got to know when to stop. And your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to follow the shape and the curve of the animal. So if you can see that's a curve, follow it. And try and get those fluffy feathers just here. It's nice to sit in the wing. Brings a little bit of detail, starts to bring a bit of detail. So always a technique to practice. And anywhere in the bird that you feel you can get shape, especially around the head, you know, underneath the bottom of the head, around the belly, in the wing, and even over the turquoise, it just adds a bit of character. And using the brown rather than the grey is a good thing at this stage. Let's grab some grey, and I'm going to mix some more because I've just about run out. and I want it to be strong, very strong. So it's blue, red, that's too much red, so I'll put some more blue with it. It's always easier to put too much red in the mixture. I mean, that's why we have natural grey, because it's ready to go. And I'm sure lots of you are using natural grey. And then put the yellow with it once you've got the purple tinge, and you'll see it start to go grey. Something like that. And again, you know, size 6 brush. Don't be afraid to make the colour quite heavy. That's what it's all about on these animals. If you look at any of the animal portraits around the studio, if I just move the board to one side for a second, you can see it's the darkness that makes it. Like hiding at the back here of the monitor is a woodpecker, and of course it's the darkness. It's the darkness that makes it work. So if you have a look at this, I've just moved that to one side. You can see there's a look how dark the shadows are. And of course over here we've got a few as well. A kingfisher, very dark areas. Down here we've got the butterfly with dark in, and then of course penguins. But it's always going to be the shadows that make these things actually work. So it needs strength in colour, and that's what's going to come next. So make the grey just as strong as it was when you did the eye and the beak. Okay, don't be afraid to use rich, strong colours. Let's get close in here and take a look at a few areas where we can put some dark. First of all, in the wing. So I'll pick up the grey, and where the wing actually attaches to the body, it's going to have a nice dark line that runs all the way up the edge. So let me show you. So it comes from here, nice and rich colour, like I say. Take this up, not quite all the way to the tip, but a good way. Can you see that line? Now at the bottom, about halfway in the wing, do a curve made up of little diagonal lines. Practice that one. Okay, so about halfway, can you see I made up little diagonal lines, and then I clean my brush out and I give it the famous 2 Palmer taps, and then we'll go in and we'll basically move that grey towards the centre of that area. Can you see I'm moving it towards the centre here, over the top of the brown. But really importantly, at the bottom where it meets the body, make sure you fade it away. Now all the time when you're blending, your brush is picking up colour, so recharge back for a couple of taps to make sure it all fades away down into that. The line that runs up the edge, just fade that off at the end and fade it in to the actual wing. And then just randomly put your brush inside and just do some 3 or 4 little lines coming over the top towards the tip of the wing. Have a go at doing that, folks. Have a go at that. That's the first part of the richness, the rich colours. Possibly quite a daunting thing for some of you to do, but again, key areas, dark at the bottom. Let me show you this on here again. So basically all the way up the edge, and then about halfway you do these little diagonal lines. Clean brush, couple of taps, and then your first thing is to connect all that together with a damp brush and make sure it all fades into the body. You might need to refresh your brush at that point. Always do the 2 taps and then make sure that fades away, and then put a few random lines that kind of follow the shape of the wing. It's nice to see the richness. This is what makes it. This will bring this thing alive. Trust me, I'm an artist. Lots of you are booking the workshop during the break there, and it's important to have a break for a few reasons. Obviously, because it's quite intense otherwise. And I know there's different time zones around the world, but here in the UK, it's a natural thing to have a 30-minute break or so. And it's nice just to walk away from your picture, look back at it with fresh eyes at a later stage. I always say that, and it's true. It is a true thing. It really does make quite a difference. That wasn't a can of bitter or lager, that was a orange and lemon soft drink from the makers of Volvic. They make cars, Volvic. They're branching out Volvo and they're making drinks, look. Bit of diversity. I know many people's going to tell me that it's Volvic, not Volvo. I like to see that. That's a good thing to see. And I'll say it again, folks, so important to blend it down into the body to get that wing flapping. Starts to balance the darkness from the beak to the wing as well, which is a good thing. And even if I left this to dry and came back to it a wee bit later, I could still go back into that and reactivate the paint. Because it's grey, it's thick, it's strong, there's no permanent pigments in it, it's quite easy to soften it in. Right, let's keep chucking some dark at this picture, we need it. Let's have a look at the tail feathers now, because these things are so tiny, it's amazing. We're painting it probably 3, if not 4 times the size, if not more. But a little bit of dark is always going to work every time. And I want to pick some of that paint up. I want to give it a bit of a tap on tissue so it's on the brush. Now, right along the back edge of the tail feather is going to be a nice bit of dark. Let me get close in here. So it's going to come slightly down a little bit, not much, just a little bit down, and then all the way along this back edge. Down there. That's just that grey. Clean your brush, give it your 2 or 3 taps, and then just pull that colour. Let the colour disappear. Make sure you fade it down again, so it disappears down, following the shape of the wing, because that'll give you a lovely shadow. And also, we're going to pop a line similar along the bottom of the tail feather. This is more markings than shadow, so it is actually a dark area. Bring it down that edge. Bring it down that edge. You can see I've slightly spiked it a little bit every so often. Clean brush. 1, 2, 3 taps. Look at this. Fade it away at the end, and then fade it in upwards towards the feathers there. Make sure you fade it away at the end though. There you go. That's actually markings there. You get that wonderful bit of darkness there. Give it a go, folks. Slightly coming down the edge to give us a bit of a shape to that wing. Every little helps, every time. I'm just loving how the soft edge, the wing is left alone. You don't touch that because that gives you the movement. Don't forget, you soften it down. Make sure you soften it completely away. And if that means recharging your brush in the water on the tissue again, that's important. Soften it down. Here, look, this one goes up and then away at the end. It's got to be softened away at that end to make it sit. It's all about getting the detail to do its thing. I'll just mention, by the way, because I'm still getting a few people sending me emails of sketches coming through. Obviously, there's some people watching this not live. If you're not watching it live, then I will not necessarily be on the ball with replying to people's sketches. It's watching it live when we do that. So it's always better. That's one of the perks. There's a couple of perks watching it live. One of them, of course, is that you can get a chance to win a prize every week, and you can ask the man himself while he's stood here as well, which is a good thing. But there's no harm in dropping an email. I'll just mention, folks, next week, which is the week of the 20th of September, you won't see much from me on live demo front, because you probably recall me saying this to you. I am actually having a holiday with the family. We was booked in to go to Tenerife. It got cancelled because of the COVID. So we're having a week away with all the family. Okay, so you won't see much from me Monday to Friday, but I'll be back here obviously on Sunday for the workshop, the 27th. Okay, perfect. Okay, more of the same, more grey, more of the same. A little bit on the back of the head. Let's have a little close-up look at that. Let's get here. So where the beak comes in, I'm just going to pop a little bit of grey, not a huge amount, to about the halfway point, the highest point, let's say. Clean your brush, give it your 3 or 4 taps, and then just put your brush on it and lightly smooth it away. So it just puts a bit of shadow. I'm going to do a similar thing on the underneath, but I'm just going to start in where you can imagine the chin is. So you sort of bring it in and down, just that little bit there. Look, clean brush, a few taps, and then what we do is we get the water on and we soften it all in completely, fade it in. Now, one of my favourite parts of a hummingbird is using the really strong grey, just making sure I've got plenty of it, and popping some of the markings. And I mentioned the word thrush, which has obviously lots of different meanings, but in the bird form, it's a beautiful spotted breasted bird, and hummingbirds have a similar marking to a thrush. And what you do is you pick up the rich grey, you wipe your brush very dry once it's on it, and you slightly press it, not too much this time, and what you do is you put these little spots which actually come around the eye, and they almost sort of go off, a bit like, as daft as it seems, spots on a leopard. They're very sort of a definite pattern, like little rows that follow the eye. Like this, can you see that? And then they get smaller, almost to the form of a little dot as they meet the beak, like that. Okay, so it's quite, you know, more sort of spread out, these spots, and they don't go too far. There's a few on the top as well. Like that. Little dots, little spots. Have a look at a photograph. Do a quick search for hummingbird, and you'll see they've got this nice pattern. Yeah, thanks Vivian for saying have a nice holiday. There's quite a few of us going this time. It was a planned holiday that we booked last year at Tenerife for April. It got cancelled, and then it got rearranged to tomorrow, and then of course that got cancelled as well. So there we go. Those nice little spots, and they do look quite. It's a definite pattern, But if you work drier with your brush, it'll give you a greater chance of capturing that. And like I say, there's a few around the head as well. And they just sort of disappear off. You can see I'm sort of just putting a few little spots just to fade them away at the end. And just sort of fade into the feather. If you find your grey's a bit pale, just keep making it thick again. Blue, bit of red, bit of yellow. For the people that's been doing these workshops for a long time, you'll obviously know why we do have natural grey ready-made in a tube, because we just use it constantly, all the time, from the shadows in the in the waterfall next week to the beak of the puffin, to the shadows on the windmill, the lighthouse. It's just such a useful colour. But using Payne's grey is just a little bit too dark. Okay. Now those spots will look a little bit false when you first do them. So how do we bed them in? You remember the dry brush that we did? Well, if we do some of this, which is picking your paint up, wipe it off, spike your brush, really spike your brush, and then very gently, especially around the eye, to the back of this area, do a few little bits of this texture. But you've got to be so careful not to do too much of that. Practice on the scrap paper first. Also bring some in to the wing as well. Can you see I'm bringing it over this dry brush? Something to think about, something to have a little practice at. Bring them in, these sort of textured lines. And anywhere that's looking a bit bland, like here at the back, bring some of this, keep spiking your brush, but always practice this technique first. Don't just sort of think, this is going to work. Something that you need to think about practicing. Even just a little hint underneath as well, look. Just helps to give a bit of shadow and form to it. Hopefully that makes sense. It's the skid mark technique, as I like to call it. There we go. But it's easy to do too much of it, as we know. Pencil line, if you can still see a pencil lines, it's part of the picture. I can still see mine, look. Pencil should never be removed. You can always try rubber on it to ease it off, but leave it there. It's part of it. It helps. And if you see the one that I've painted for the book, you'll see I've left it in there as well. These dry brush marks, we can bring in a few of them in the tail feather, almost changing the direction of the brush, because if you think about your brush, once it's pressed, you can have it either horizontal or vertical. So if we do it more of a vertical, we can do that as little sort of diagonal strokes to make it look as though it's got more of a feathery texture. Does that make sense? Shaping up nice, these folks. The following week, so that's the week of the 28th of September, I'll be doing lots of live stuff. I've got about 3 or 4 that week, live demos. So make sure you're on the Facebook page, Matthew Palmer Artist, because that's where you're going to see them. So that's the week of the 28th. Make sure you head on over to Matthew Palmer's Facebook page and hit like, because you'll be seeing quite a few live, there it is, I popped the link in the chat, quite a few live demos happening that week. Now, if there's any bits that you've done there that you're not, if you feel it's gone a bit dirty looking, just clean your brush, give it a tap on tissue, and I'll just quickly show you how you can sort of tone it in. We are going to put some white in this thing at the end, but you can just use a bit of water in it. Any bits that are looking a bit too sludgy, you can just go in with a bit of water, work in between the dots, and just press it off, and it will take it off. Okay, but we are going to put some white in that, so if it's looking a bit dirty, it's okay, it's fine. It'll come out in the wash. Let's come to the wing, folks. Let's put some dark stripes in the wing. Same grey. Let me show you how to do this. Simply have a trial run of where you're going to put these, but from the tips of this dark, every so often you're going to get a line that will be like a clock face. It will gradually follow the curve. Can you see those lines? They're quite definite lines. You clean your brush, you give it a couple of 3 taps, and then you go into those lines, you fade the bottom, you fade the top, and you fade them down as well. So fade the top and the bottom, So you're basically sort of feathering them. It's almost like a bat's wing with a sort of skeletal structure. It's important to fade them away at the end, and that will give you a little bit more detail in the wing of the hummingbird. It's worth saying also that if you clean your brush again, just to make sure that you've got the tops and the bottoms completely fading into the blur, because that is so important that you do that. And you can see I'm just lightly skimming over them just to help that effect on a little bit. Now, if you want to get the very slight impression of a wing being at the back, just a very slight impression, this is up to you, because can you see I've got a bit of a blur that comes out? Well, if you want to capture this, what you can do is you can start, you can just paint a bit of grey that just goes up, probably no more than, say, 1.5 inches. Clean your brush, a couple of taps, and then what you do is you put the brush over that colour and you completely fade it to nothing, up and towards the other wing, and it just gives that impression. Can you see how it's giving the wing at the back? Less is more, folks, okay? That just wants a little bit, no more than 2 inches up. And if you look close at that, you can see I've started it where the turquoise ends, and then you fade it, and it just gives a very, very weak impression of the opposite side. As long as you fade it away at the top, it'll work. A simple thing like that, but what a difference it's made. I can see people saying they've got dirty faces and dirty bottoms and all that stuff. We've got white to go yet, and highlights, don't you worry. It'll grow on you. Trust me. You can't go wrong, really. Hello to Sarah, she just popped up on the chat. And Jacob. Just want to make sure on your wings, folks, that these lines that you put in do slightly come down into the dark area. Can you see them slightly coming down? If not, you can just pop a little bit of extra colour there. Love the shadow at the back, really makes it pop. Let's just come back to this flower, folks, because while we're using a bit of grey, we need to put a bit of darkness in these flowers. So literally just take a little bit of grey, the same one I've just been using, and I'm just going to plop a little bit down the left side of the actual stem. I'll show you this in a sec. I'll move my hand, but not all the way to the bottom. Can you see? I've basically put a dark shadow going all the way down one side of the stem, but I've stopped it about here. And then with a clean, almost dry brush, you can just use a damp brush just to lightly skim over it, just to soften it in. And that'll start to bring some darkness into it. There's no reason why you can't add little hints of darkness in some of the tops of the flowers where it attaches to the main stem. Even the little branches, where the little branches attach to the main stem, put a bit of grey there, just a tiny bit. It just kind of helps it attach, and it just gives a little bit of shadow work into the flowers. Right. Let's just take a look at the tail feather there, folks. Just want to pop in some sort of feathery shapes, and I'll show you what I mean by this. I'm going to start to bring white into play very soon. That's going to brighten it up. Just before I bring white into play, I'm just going to bring in a lift out brush, a square brush, either something like this one here. This one's an extra large lift out brush, but you might have the smaller versions. There's a large and a small. You can see them all here. These are the 3 lift out brushes. So if you've got a lift out brush, either use the large one or the extra large one. Beautiful. If not, if not, have you got a square brush? If you've not got a square brush, just use your 6 brush, and I'll show you where to put some light, and I want you to put a lot of light in this, and then white is going to feature. Clean your brush really well. So I've got the square brush here. I'm going to give it a gentle pinch through the finger so it's just got some dampness in it, okay? And I want to use this, and I want to start to bring in some light in a few areas. So I want to pop some little diagonal, scrubbing the paper, and then press it firmly. You see it's put some light in. Now keep cleaning the brush, keep giving it a gentle pinch, and just add a bit of light wherever you feel in that tail feather area. Can you see what I mean by that? Don't be afraid to do it. Even around here where the bum is, you could almost imagine where the tail feather comes and it starts to creep into the body. Can you see that curvy highlight I'm just bringing in there? This has got a bit of water on brush, remember? Now you can use the tip of a 6 brush, but look how that's put a bit of light in it. You could lighten the bum by popping some highlights in. But one place where you really want to put some light is in that wing. From the dark area, just slightly underneath where those dark ones are. Really give it a good old scrub. And let me show you what, when you wipe it off, can you see that? Beautiful. So you can really go in and you can pop some extra veins to the wings if you feel the need to. I've got to say that the wings don't look bad as they are, to be honest, but a little bit of extra light just coming down from the dark, supporting what you've already done, just gives a greater level of detail, don't it? It's really nice to see that. So if I zoom back to what I've just done, I just pop some little diagonal highlights in around here. Look, and if you give it a second coat, it'll come even lighter. And it's just going to brighten up all that area. Pop some highlights in the bum, because the feathers are quite soft down there, if you know what I mean. And then you can bring it up pop some little bits over the dark area, almost marrying up with where the feathers are. It's nice to see that. Exactly the same process you could do in the head. If you've got any bits you want to clean up in the head, you know, like around some of those areas where you put the dark in, then why not just sort of weave in between? Because they are definite patterns. Can you see how you can sort of follow the shape of the pattern and press it firmly, so you can lighten up any bits that you feel the need to. But we are going to bring white into this a little bit later on, just to finish it off. So have a bit of a scrub. I'll be honest with you, you're not going to get a huge amount of colour off because there's not a huge amount to take out, but you can have a go at removing little bits of highlights. Now if you've not got a square brush, you've just got a 6 brush, just clean it, sort of pinch it through your fingers and sort of mould it into a point, and you can get in and you can really get nice and close in and really get some nice light coming through. just got to scrub it basically. And the highlights will change it, they really will. Yeah, it's a bit weird why there's a couple of thumbs down. I don't think we've ever had any thumbs down on a virtual workshop before. Strange. But there you go. Weird one. Maybe, like I say, people do sometimes hit these things by mistake. On a demo that's open to all, there's always a couple of thumbs downs, but on the workshops that people actually book onto, you know, there's no reason to, is there? But it's always a good example, you know, seeing it through to the end makes such a difference, and this is really starting to take a little bit of shape. And I'd love to see your pictures, as always, at the end on Facebook in the comments. So really what's left to do with this is put light into it, and I want to put some light in the picture. We've just spoke about highlights, and this is the bit where it starts to come together because it's getting towards the end of it. So lifting paint out was one thing, and like I say, folks, if you've not got a square brush, you can use the tip of a 6 brush, and if you look here, you can see it comes off okay. So you can actually use it, it does work. A craft knife, I always mention a craft knife on the descriptions that we send out for these workshops. So if you've got a sharp knife, you can use that to add texture. I often use them on animal portraits, and let me show you a few places where you could add them. In the wings, for example, you can really scrape some texture. It's lovely on the edges because it makes them look even more feathery. And seriously, don't be afraid to scrape in the direction and use the tip. Take it out into the background to get that feathery softness. Can you see it? It's lovely. And even down at the bottom here where the wing overlaps the body, you can do a little bit of that. And even over the grey, bring some in the grey. It's really effective. Down the edge of the wing, it just adds a little bit of a, not a sparkle, because I'm not trying to achieve a sparkle, obviously, but it's a little bit of interest in the wings. If you happen to take too much off, you can sort of pull the paper back and it hides it. But you physically do, if you look at this, you physically do take your knife and you actually do scrape it, and if it's working, you'll see the little bit of paper that gathers on the end of the knife. There it is, look. Take that off. So if you've got a sharp knife, it's a good time to use it. You can also use this anywhere in the bird you want to. Let me show you. It's probably more important than any picture. With it being such a fine bird, like for example on the edge of this tail, feathers, and even where you get those fluffy down feathers in the bum, have a bit of a scrape down there. In the face, if you're careful, you could scrape in between some of the darks. Doesn't want too much, just a little bit. And anyway, that's looking a bit dark, scrape off a bit of texture. Don't do too much because we are going to put some white in this very shortly. But I love it on the wing. If anywhere, do it in the wing and around the bum. Make it look fluffy. A fluffy bottom. Ellen's confused about the shadows. Okay, so the shadows on the flower, we've got all the darkness down the left. So it goes down the left of the main stem. And like I say many a time, it doesn't matter one bit which side where your light's coming from. It's never an issue. These bits here aren't shadows. These bits here are just darker bits of the flower. And the reason I darken this side more than that side just kind of suits the composition. So never get bogged down with shadows. It's one of those things that can just drive you insane. Treat it more as detail than anything else. So white paint, we've got white paint here. Now if you've not got white paint, folks, you can do more with the knife, but really white paint's going to feature a lot in this. So I want to squirt quite a bit of white out of there from the tube, get some out. 6 brush or a detail brush, whichever brush you've got on happy with. I'm happy to use the 6, to be honest. And I want to do a couple of things with the white. First of all, just use a little bit of water and mix it into it. It's so easy to dilute white too much, as lots of you discovered last week when we painted the wonderful lighthouse and lightning picture, which was one of my favourite workshops. We had the problem where some people went too thin, so being very cautious with the water, really roll it around in the white, even rotate the brush through your hands as you draw it over edge. Can you see what I mean by that? Just kind of gets the point a bit better. But it's whichever brush you want to use, basically, with the white. And this is going to brighten things up quite a lot. Let me give you the rundown where I think white should go, and then you can decide where you want to put it on your picture. Okay. First of all, if you didn't manage to get the highlight in the eye, then you could pop a little bit of white. It's worth using a nice pointy brush and just making sure that there is a nice white surround that goes all around the eye. Now I know you probably can't see what's happening here, but there is white around the eye. So I'll put a little bit above and below. Can you see that little white above and below? And sort of in between those dark spots, you can pop some light spots. Not as much, but little white flicks. If you've got white, it will really brighten it up. So popping some white sort of in between the dark, it'll really stand out. Even on the top of the head, there's lovely little white spots, or light spots should we say, running across the top of the head, sort of in between And even you could just pop a little hint of white just on the beak, just a little bit of the beak where it comes into the, see that little line of white there? It's probably an inch long, something like that. So just a few little bits of white here and there really will shape it up nice. I just think it adds a bit of spit and polish to it. Nice, looks good. Sort of working alongside the darks basically. Now, and if you're careful, and this is one of my favourite bits on a hummingbird, right on the tip of the wing there's a very light line, so if you're careful just to run a white line that goes right up the edge. Now if you've not got this, you could use a craft knife if you've not got white paint, and it pretty much goes all the way up and eventually just disappears, just goes up the edge. And a few little lines of white which taper to nothing over that dark. Can you see those? Now if you don't manage to get the taper, I'll show you how to blend them in a minute. Can you see? It almost gives you the muscular shape where it connects to the body. So it's like a firework exploding. You sort of flick the brush, following the curve of the wing. Brightens it up, always does. Every workshop we've done that's featured white. You remember the puffin, for those who did that one? I think that was a more difficult picture, but can you see all these bits of white that we added at the end? What a difference that made. Gave form to it. Now if you put white on, it looks a bit false, looks a bit stuck on, you want to soften it in. Simply clean that brush really well, wipe it almost dry, and then, for example, these lines I mentioned coming from the body, just skim your brush over the bottom and the top of them if you feel the need to, and it softens them in. I mean, if I'm honest, that line I put all the way up here, it's a bit harsh. I'm just going to skim over the edge of it and make sure it tapers away at the top. So I'm just lightly feathering it in, and it somehow just calms the white down. Even the little white flicks you've done here, there's no reason why you can't just sort of gently skim a damp brush over the top of it very freely, quickly and freely, as though I'm doing now, and it just calms the white down and it sort of blends it in. If the white's looking a bit Tipexy, correction fluid, then a damp brush, which is water and 4, 5, 6 wipes on the tissue, and it's so easy to soften white painting. It just melts on the tip of the brush. Quite an easy thing to do. See, that's a nice bit I've just done. I'll mention it and I'll give you time, folks. But you know that line I put on the top and bottom of the eye? With the damp brush, just have a quick glance up for me. I've just ever so gently sort of blended it away at the end and here, and it just spreads it into the body. Again, if you didn't quite get the highlight on the eye, there's no reason why you can't even have a second one, because you often see 2 little spots like that. Adds a bit more life to it. These are all, you know, key things. White, from experience of painting animal portraits for years, white is the big thing. So a second dot over the eye, beautiful, absolutely, just that tiny dot. Again, folks, if you can't use that 6 brush, don't use it, use something smaller. But out of everything we've done, the white that's doing the magic. And I really want you to think about blending that white in. Let me show you again. Clean the brush. Wipe the brush 4 or 5 times over the tissue. These white bits you put around the head, just ever so gently, where they end, just skim over them. Even here, look, the base of the wings, skim over that white, melt it into the watercolour. It becomes part of the picture and it just transforms it. Beautiful, it adds texture, it adds feathered detail. Does that make sense? Hopefully, folks, because it's a big part of doing them. And I just love how that just becomes part of the body when you put that white there. Down to the tail feathers. Let's put some white down there. Bit of water on the brush. Because if you find that white is getting a bit dry, just pop a bit of water with it. Nice. Right on the bum, the lowest part, we're going to do some little flicks. Because it's a lovely light bit of feather going off there. Little almost grassy flicks of white. Can you see them? On the underneath. Again, if they're not blending in, you can use the water to soften them. At any time, even you could come back to it in a week's time and still blend it in, because watercolour lets you do that. Just going to pop some little bits of white in the tail feathers, almost like little curvy lines, a little downward curve every so often. Just to give a little bit of a feather effect. But they're so small, the feathers are minute. Can you see them little downward curls? To get a bit of feather detail. Again, once you've done them, clean the brush, wipe the brush almost dry, and if you feel the need to blend them in, as you did before, just ever so carefully, as I'm doing now, skim over the edge of them, and down here, look, to make them become part of the feather. What a difference that makes, yeah? I can show you that effect on another picture. If you look here, the kingfisher, can you see those same little flicks of white that I've used here? It just amazes me every time how much it transforms it. White's a magic colour. And just that extra spot in the eye just brings the whole thing alive. Notice that one spot's bigger than the other. In fact, someone's just mentioned that in the chat actually. So it just kind of, I don't know, it just adds life to it, don't it? Every time, folks, never fails. The white above and below the eye. White is such a magical colour in a watercolour. Don't let anyone tell you it's not. And I've been painting for 30 years. And over 30 years, and white has been an essential part for me. Okay? There's no rules. I'm just going to take a little bit more white, folks. And I want to do it more of a dry brush this time. Which means once I've picked the white up, I'm going to give it a bit of a tap on tissue. Because what I feel like doing is just even splaying the brush, just popping a little bit of white, very, very dry, in those wings. Just a little bit of extra light. There we go. Can we see that? Just, it's very subtle. Kind of works alongside what we've already done with the craft knife on there. Now, I'll just mention, folks, I am going to be picking the winners soon. One for the painting, the bird on the tap, and one for the £20 watercolour TV art shop voucher, not for workshop. So if you still want to take part in that draw, if you're watching us live, there's the time at the minute. It's just gone 10 to 3 on the 19th. If you're watching live, you can still get yourself booked in. Okay, I just want to do a little bit more, just a tiny bit more detail in the flower to finish up. The bird, in my opinion, is finished. The magic bit was the white, and of course it's bound to be. If you've got a little hint of white paint just hanging around on your brush still, there's just one little thing that's tempting to do on the bird, and just where the wing overlaps the body, you could just pop a couple of little bits of white on the edge. Can you see that little bit of white just there? And again, if it looks false, clean your brush, wipe it dry, and just spread it into the picture to make it become part of it, so it just calms it all down. Okay, for me, that's just a nice little thing to add to it. Now, just remember, folks, right at the end of this workshop, I will be asking you to post photographs of your pictures on Matthew Palmer Artist Facebook page. I'd love you to, and also, because you're watching this on my YouTube channel, I'd also like you to click like to the subscribe. Click subscribe to the YouTube channel. That'd be appreciated as well. It does help me a lot to do that. Let's just take a bit of white here, folks. I've got a little bit of white left. Just going to move on to the flower. Take a little tiny bit of white. Let's come over to the flower. And what I want to do is I just want to add a very subtle, let me turn it this way actually, to the right side of the stem. I just want to bring a little bit of white in for balance. So just a touch, every now and again, just a little bit of white paint down the edge, and even bringing in, even going into the flower petals themselves, just every so often, like little L shapes. Can you see if I was to do an L shape just there? It just puts a little bit of light in it. It's optional, but I always feel it just makes it look crisper, and it balances with the white that we've used on the rest of the picture. So we can go ever so gently down the right edge, and then slightly into the flower petal itself. Now, again, if you do something that looks too obvious, too harsh, then clean your brush really well, give it a few taps on the tissue, and you can just lightly, as we've discovered, just blend it in. But for me, that just makes that flower pop forward. Okay, I would also say that it's very tempting as well, if you've got the option of getting yourself a bit of violet again, but a crisp violet. So that's the blue with the red, but quite a deep mixture, a deep purple. There you go. And then just give it a spot on tissue, because I feel this potential for just getting a little bit of extra dark on some of the ends of these, some of these petals. Look, just a little bit of extra detail. So basically just a few little sort of feathery spots, just to bring it into focus a little bit more. Again, it's all up to you, folks. The flowers look okay as they are, but I just feel like I want to give you a bit extra on those. So just on the edges, ickle flicks. Of course, you could always put a few extra dots and spots in these background flowers. You know where I did this, the I'm just randomly spotting around here, look, with that same deep purple. Just putting little dots, not splattering, just spotting some little bits of violet around. Just helps to pull it together, don't it? Optional. Super. That's made a difference, that putting a little bit of white in those flowers and some stronger flicks. I always think that these kind of paintings always come alive, and like I say, I've been painting animal scenes as long as I can remember, folks, and animals were the big thing that I used to do more than anything else. So it's always been a constant thing for me, painting animal pictures. And if you just have a little moment to have a little look round at that white paint, because I mean, just look, just a simple dot of white can just change it. And again, if you do any white that you're not happy with, a damp brush will really tone it in. The little feathers, the little tail feathers really bring it alive. Okay? And even the white that went into the flowers make quite a difference as well. And those strong purple dots. These kind of paintings do really work well with a signature. And as we mentioned pretty much every week, folks, if you do exhibit these anywhere, or you pop it on Facebook or you give it to somebody, just pop a bit of a credit inspired or based on an original by Matthew Palmer. Now I want to pick the winners in a second or two, folks. Just going to pop this mount on here. Look at that, it's made a beautiful painting. There we go. So, still spaces available for the next workshop, folks. I'm just going to pick the winner. And again, in about 15 minutes or so after the live broadcast, I'll be popping on a Facebook post, Matthew Palmer Artist. And on that post, you will have the chance to put your pictures. It'd be great to see your pictures as well on there. As of last week, it was lovely to see them, and it's always a pleasure to see what people have actually painted. Okay, it really is. So get your bird mounted. Sorry. Okay, so the winner. We have a winner of the famous Tit on the Tap picture by Matthew Palmer. This has been won by Jean Cunliffe. Well done to Jean Cunliffe. This is yours. It'll be sent out to you. Well done, Jean. I know that Jean has done a lot of the workshops, pretty much all of them. So well done to you. And also the £20 voucher. £20 voucher to spend on watercolour TV, not to spend on workshops, but spend on watercolour TV. That goes to Georgina Burns. Well done to Georgina Burns. You win a £20 voucher. It will get posted to you, and there'll be a voucher number that you can. Sorry folks, we had a bit of a glitch in the system there. So if you missed the winners, well done to Jean Cunliffe. Jean has won this bird on a tap picture. Okay, this will get sent out to you. And well done to Georgina Burns. You win a £20 voucher for watercolour TV. Make sure you head on over to Facebook, folks. Don't forget to get yourself booked into this workshop here. And I'll see you next week for a wonderful autumnal watercolour scene. Let's take a nice close-up look at the bird here. And don't forget you can watch this back at any time. We did lose the feed for a split second there. So hopefully everybody got the message. We are back now. We had a bit of a hiccup, to say the least. So again, Jean Cunliffe won the painting of the bird on the tap, and Georgina Burns, you've won the £20 voucher for watercolour TV. They all get sent out to you within the next week or so, and all the paintings will get sent out to you within the next week or so, folks. Again, you'll not see a huge amount of me over the next week because we're going to have some family time. But the workshop that's happening on the 27th of September, we are about 85% full for this workshop. So great time to book into this workshop, folks. Get yourself in. That was a pleasure to do. Please, it's a lesson every week, isn't it? Stick through to the end. Enjoy it, because every little bit you add changes. Thank you very much. Hope you're keeping well. Keep safe. And I'll see you on Sunday the 27th. For the workshop with the waterfall and the autumnal scene.